What is going on, fam? It is your dude B-Love, aka BubzDaGawd, here with yet another video review. Okay. Um y'all gonna have to kind of forgive me. My energy is not where it normally is. It might peak. Okay, it might start up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? During this commentary, because I'm pretty sure some things are gonna be said that's gonna rile up that passion um within me. Yesterday I took an edible, and I usually eat edibles. I try not to smoke as much anymore. I am learning to eat edibles, and I had an edible last night that I normally had before, like something that was new. What's up, Roki? Um, but this edible kind of hit differently last night, and I had another ego death that was very transformative. It gave me the opportunity to deal with fear. Okay. And like I said on my Instagram post, which y'all can follow me on Instagram, BubzDaGawd, a lot of us deal with the fear of not being enough, or that we're actually okay. We're afraid of actually accepting that we're okay. We have been conditioned to believe that there's always something wrong, there's something going on, and we have to remain vigilant in that way, as opposed to just loving yourself and actually manifesting that peace that passes all understanding. Hopefully y'all can hear me too. I got my phone in a way because we're going to be listening to some audio. I'm not going to be able to do visuals, but we're going to listen to the audio so I can therefore give my commentary. I was not going to speak on this issue in reference to what Lance Scurv did in his most recent video. This video was actually shared with me by one of my spiritual brothers by the name of Aries. He was in my last YouTube video when we were giving our commentary about Lance Scurv's one of his most recent videos in reference to the emasculation of the black man. So while I was going through my whole little ego death last night, Aries ended up watching the live. It was a suggested video that he saw, which was this one, and he ended up watching it. And he actually participated in the comment section to kind of give Lance a little bit more clarity of what's going on, because when it comes to the context of sexuality, I'm sorry, Lance is having a very fear-based narrative / conversation about sexuality. Every time these conversation comes up in reference to anything LGBT, it is from a place of resistance. It is from a place of opposition, and not even in an educated way. It's more so in an ignorant way, an ignorant and a fearful way. And it's our job as LGBT people to continue to go forth and to educate people on this. Now, Lance, I'm not saying anything in a way that denigrates you at all as a person. Like, I understand that you are about community. You have that community spirit. Okay, you really care about blackness, but we have to also understand, like I said in my previous videos, that we don't have a monolithic view of blackness. We are going to have to do our research. We're going to have to talk, listen to other people, so that we can create that gray area of blackness with all of its intersectionalities. What's up, Terrence? The video that we're doing the commentary on tonight is Superman. It says in his video, the title, Superman is now bisexual. Why is this important for our children to know? I guess this is a question that Lance is posing in the title of the video. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to listen to the commentary, and we're going to go ahead and, of course, chime in to the commentary, because once again, there are individuals in the world who are LGBT who do care about the evolvement and the growth and progress of everybody. Okay. And I'm also black, and I'm also same gender loving. So there's an intersectionality there. And I hope that through these commentary videos that we'll be able to create a gray area of understanding. Because if it's about blackness, we have to accept blackness in all that it is. And a lot of y'all are ignorant on the intersectionalities of blackness concerning LGBT, but that's okay. Be glad there are people here in the world who are willing to help you guys out. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and listen to this commentary. The video says 2 hours, but I don't think it's going to be that long. We're going to see. I don't want to be here that long, honestly. I'm going to try my best to not pause as much, but you already know how I am. If something hit my spirit, I'm going to go ahead and pause and talk. So Here we go, y'all. I'm starting at the 7-minute and 34-second mark because he gave some introductions in the beginning. We're going to go ahead and jump right into the commentary. So thank y'all who's watching. I appreciate it. Leave y'all comments down below if you agree, if you disagree. This is a forum or a place or a platform where we're going to have those conversations. So in order for us to really heal, we're going to have to be truthful. So if you feel that Lance Scurv is right in what he's saying, do not be afraid to leave it down in the comment section so we can have this conversation, because the only way we're going to get to the gray area, the only way that we're going to get to the amalgamation of healing and love that all Blackness deserves to experience is through conversation. Okay, so if y'all ready, let's go ahead and get it going. Y'all can listen to this in the background, like do some other shit while you listening to this. Okay, like we're gonna be here for a minute. So anyway, here we go.
I found this out. I can't even see the chat room.
Let me know in the comments if I can hear.
Into the chat room in a second because I can flow better. I wish this thing could just move over a little bit, right? Okay. Me first hearing this news, I was like, these little buggers are doing it again.
Doing what?
Cartoons, comic books have pretty much been something that children are attracted to.
Right, right.
Grown folks read comic books.
That's true, we do.
For the most part, over the last 30, 40 years, they had some pretty good storylines. They dealt with issues out in the world.
Right.
Real stuff.
Correct.
Mixed in with fantasy. And for me, the comic was a way to get me into the thinking. It was like a shoehorn that gets your foot into the shoe easier.
Right.
With certain issues that dealt with reality. I remember Spider-Man back in the day. And what was his girlfriend, Mary Jane, or Ono's girlfriend, or whatever. There was another one too. They broke up at one point, Peter Parker, you know, so I saw him in love. I saw him as a human being, even though he had these magic powers, but it affected me greatly. Now, being that young, my mind was wide open and it let things in. I didn't have to differentiate between fantasy and reality because I knew that it was a firm line between fantasy and reality, and we understood where that line was drawn. We weren't delusional. We weren't high on anything. We weren't fooled that way.
Right. Okay.
But this is a person's personal business, number one. Just because now we find out that John Kent, I think he's a nephew of Clark Kent. I'm going to read the article because I don't even read comics anymore, right?
Right.
But he's the latest manifestation of Superman. Regardless that they put this on John Kent, children don't care. That's Superman.
Another version of Superman
is kissing a dude.
Okay, yeah, a version of Superman. There have been many different versions of different superhero characters, y'all. I mean, come on now. We'd have had different versions, different variations of it. And like you said earlier, the one thing about comic books, and especially now, is that they're being more conscious. What they're doing is they're actually implementing things in the world so that people can get a better understanding. And again, representation. Representation is very, very important because it's not just heterosexual people in the world, y'all. I want y'all to remember that. Yes, y'all will be the majority, and ain't nobody trying to stop y'all from being a majority, but y'all not the only ones that are involved in the world that deserve representation. Okay, let's go forward.
What are they trying to say? Are they trying to get more realistic as far as what's going on in the world?
Yes.
Or are they pushing an agenda? Let me get this straight with black men who happen to be gay.
Right, us, okay.
Oh, there's no agenda. There's no agenda. Well, it doesn't bother you now because this is what you like. But if there was an agenda, as there is an agenda, they're not going to include your black ass in it. They don't care about you. How many times we see black, bisexual, and gay men who are suffering from depression, who are committing suicide, who are drug addicted, those who are drug addicted. I'm not saying all of them who are gay or bisexual, who are black men and women are drug addicted. They don't care about you. All they care about is your support, so they can say they have a token Negro there. The rainbow includes everybody, and you're so happy. You're so happy.
Well, here's the question I want to. Well, I guess it is a question though. Well, no, it's not a question. It's more of a statement, actually. you're sitting here and saying that they don't care about us, but it's so funny because that same energy and feeling that we get of not caring, there's people in the Black community like yourself who give that same energy. So of course, people have to figure out where they belong or fit in where they belong, right? Now, here's the thing. You brought up blackness and saying that there is no agenda. You just asked a question earlier, which is so funny. And we see where your mind is. You said, is this showing the reality? Is this showing what is going on in the world as far as representation is concerned, or is it an agenda? Now, it's so funny that you bring up blackness, but yet Clark Kent's nephew, or whatever you said he was, he's not even Black. He's white. So it's funny that you bring in the issue of blackness into that. See, at this point, it makes it seem as if though you guys are just reaching in reference to anything LGBT and having a problem or an issue with it. And instead of educating yourselves, which means having conversations with LGBT people of color, actually listening to their stories, which are experiences, and experiences are a part of fact, which is why a lot of times you bring up your father and what your father said about LGBT people as a fact. But is it the fact that covers or has a blanketed effect over all LGBT people? Of course not. And you brought up Black LGBT people suffering with depression, right? Dealing with suicidal ideations and God, and unfortunately, manifesting the reality of suicide, and also drug abuse and drug use. I'm gonna get to the comments in a second, Roki. But ask the question: why have these individuals who are Black and LGBT have resulted to those things? Why are LGBT people of color dealing with depression? Why are they dealing with suicidal ideations? Why are they dealing with drug abuse? And it's because there is no place in the Black community that is a safe space, an affirming place for LGBT people of color. So when you're LGBT, any representation of LGBT is a win, because it's like there are more people like myself in the world. And what this does is it creates the foundation for Black LGBT representation. And there has been Black LGBT representation. I don't know so much as far as in the confines of comics. I don't know. I have to do more research because I don't read a lot of comics. I do watch a lot of adult animation or whatever, like Baki and other animes and stuff like that. But as far as cartoons, I have to do more research as far as blackness. But at the same time, there are gay children too. Like, yeah, it's not just heterosexual children in the world. There are bisexual children. There are gay children like myself. I was a gay child who grew up into a gay man. There are trans children. Like, there are other people who have a right to be able to have their experiences. Now, whether you want to be knowledgeable on those things or not, it's completely up to you. If you want to remain ignorant, and when I mean ignorant on the fact that you don't want to know, then that's your business and your problem. But what I want you to also understand is that in your ignorance, the world is going to continue to grow and evolve. I understand back in the day it was a wonderful thing, but now there's such thing as evolution. There's a such thing as growth. Nothing stays the same. Things have to change. And there are some people who are afraid of change. But the viewpoint or the lens that you're choosing to view sexuality in reference to blackness is a very obscured one. It's a very biased one. And that is why we're here today, to have conversations in reference to LGBT representation, okay? I'm going to get to the comment sections, I swear. Let's just go a little bit further.
Accepted because you're not a threat. But if you point your penis toward a womb that has ovaries, you create life. Right. Like Dave Chappelle said, every living being has come through the legs of a woman. That is true. But we don't have to return to the legs of a woman, though. And also, it ain't just the legs of a woman. Some people have been C-sectioned, came out of a woman's stomach. My ass is really gay because I ain't come out the pussy, bitch. I came out the stomach. Okay?
And then on top of that, once again, the narrative that LGBT people cannot help with procreation as far as producing life. No, not in the conventional method that y'all are accustomed to. But there are also ways to continue life into this world. So I wish that y'all would please stop saying that. And then on top of that, since we're talking about the gayness or whatever, yes, all life has come through the legs of a woman, including gay ones. Because guess what? It ain't the gay people that's having the gay kids. Okay? It's y'all, the heterosexual community, that is producing gay life. Okay? Once again, y'all are producing the unique and individual expressions of God. And if you can't see that beyond your own limited scope and view, then that's something that you have to take up with the Creator yourself. Amen. Amen.
All of a sudden, that's insulting. But you want to feed our children this foolishness that plants a seed that this is something very important. As a way of population control, as a way to fit their agendas to reduce the population and have us twisted up, allowing all these different types of things to come. And I'm talking about the men. Women can be bisexual. I'm not saying I'm relieving them of any responsibility.
Of course, once again, women can be bisexual because you have the privilege of being in between that, because she can still choose you. So, of course, there is a sexual allure that comes with bisexual women, because at least I can insert myself into it.
But whatever you do, do it behind closed doors.
See, okay. Let me look at the comments because I already know where I'm about to go. Hold on. Let's see what it says. See, this is how you know he doesn't read comics. This man is not a fan of comic books. Anybody that's an actual comics person knows that two of the most popular characters in Marvel are a gay couple. Wow. There are literally so many LGBT plus characters in all comic franchises. And by the way, who's it? John Kent is Clark Kent's son, not his nephew. Okay, I'm sorry. See, even I messed up. He said a name, I didn't catch it. So Superman's son is gay. Okay, got you. Wonder Woman, Storm, Wiccan, Hulkling, Catwoman, Robin, Dick Grayson, Batwoman, Iceman, Speed, The Flash, Vixen, Mystique, Northstar, Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, Midnighter, Apollo, Constantine. I guess it's Dakin, I hope. Literally too many characters to name. All these people that are mad are not real comic book fans. Why is he even speaking about this? And a lot of these characters are the most popular. Exactly. See, once again, not doing your full research. So now it seems as if though, and that's why I'm saying, like, let's ask the real question here. We're going to continue with the narrative, because one thing that I want to do is I want to hear his thought process, and then let's talk about the thought processes. Let's look at the thought processes. Let's give a different perspective and opinion about the thought processes, because his ignorance is validated too. Because in order for somebody to learn, you have to first show that you're ignorant. So this is also an opportunity for Lance to transcend his ignorance in reference to LGBT. Okay, and actually see it for what it is, representation. So the question that I've been asking, and I have not got a definite answer yet, without people using excuses or shields, because when you ask them about the shields and all the other things that get into the minutia, nobody knows anything. But here's the question. Once again, what is it about LGBT that makes you fearful? Because you can't sit here and talk about population control, because gay has been here since the beginning of time. Don't you think if it was here since the beginning of time, that what you feel in reference to population control or depopulation would have been manifested already? We wouldn't have even gotten here if what you're saying about LGBT was true. Once again, can we please drop this sick, twisted, fear-based narratives and actually deal with the reality of what's going on? Once we do that, then we can start creating the gray area and the amalgamation of healing and love that all Blackness deserves to experience. And that's why BubzDaGawd is here. Let's continue forward.
Is it important what this man does in his bedroom? Well, see, Superman don't have to do anything in his bedroom. Superman could Be in the bed with some dude talking about I'm committed to you and I love you.
But didn't Superman, didn't he have Lois Lane? Wasn't that his love interest? You just said that you saw the comic books as a young child and seeing Clark Kent be in love, seeing Clark Kent traverse through the world, but also have his own personal experience with his life, his own life. And that wasn't a problem. But now that Clark Kent's son is bisexual, now it's, oh, go into your house, go into your room. Nobody wants to see all that. Well, you also know that you don't have to read the comic as well. There are plenty of comic books out there. If you want the heterosexual Superman like you've always been getting, you can always reread the comic books that you grew up with as a child if you want to stay in that same place of nostalgia. But once again, sir, you're not the only individual who reads comic book, and according to Roki, it seems like you don't read much comic books in this day and age. But you don't have to read those particular issues. There are other superheroes out here who are also heterosexual. Once again, it's about representation, because there have been bisexual children, gay children like myself, trans children that have not grown up with a superhero or any representation at that represents them, so that they can look on the television screen. They can look at comic books and see them. And by seeing more of them and realizing that they're not alone in the world, guess what? I guarantee you that the depression rate will drop because there's more representation. The suicidal ideation and manifestations of suicide will drop because there's more representation. Drug abuse will drop because, once again, there is representation. And that is what is important when it comes to LGBT. It's not an agenda. Okay, let's say this. The agenda is representation. How about that? Because y'all can't even really clearly break down and put it in layman terms for me what the agenda is. Okay? There is no statistical factual evidence that has been presented that shows that this is a reason to be worried at all. Y'all keep using the same things that have been said decades ago. And if you think that by saying the same thing that something new is going to happen, isn't that a form of insanity, sir? Let's go forward.
It's about, I'm going to the bathroom, and fly out the window and hit some dude off in 3 seconds and come back and lay down in the bed like nothing happened. Because he's Superman.
So what happens? So what if that narrative happens in the book, in the comic book? What if he's in the bed with his partner and then something happens and he leaves to come back? Doesn't that just shows the power of John Kent, who just happens to be bisexual, who just happens to be so powerful that he can fly out his window, find the perpetrator, okay, I would say destroy, because I don't think he destroyed, but actually apprehend the perpetrator and fly back home to his significant other, who happens to be a man. Why is that a problem or issue? Why is that an issue? You just gave a beautiful narrative right then and there, but see, you just shared that. What's wrong with that being in the comic book? And like you said, when you were a child, you knew the lines between fiction and nonfiction. You knew what was reality and what wasn't reality. Even at a young age, you knew how to decipher the superhuman powers and the everyday today life of regular people, and how the amalgamation of that in the comic book made you think, and like you said, was a shoehorn for creative thought. You're not the only individual. Heterosexual people aren't the only individuals that are able to have creative thought. And if you think about it, a lot of LGBT people have and are creative, very creative. I'm gonna need you to step the mental game up a bit. What Roki say? Batman is literally eating Catwoman's puss in the comics. Wow. But you're worried about two men saying, I love you. Yes, there's literally a panel of Batman eating her puss and her eyes rolling back. Oh, wow, wow. But this nigga can't kiss his boyfriend. This nigga can't be in his bed. He can't even be in his house. Because at this point, I just want y'all to be real. Y'all don't want LGBT plus to be involved in blackness at all. I just wish y'all would say that. And I think y'all so afraid of saying that because if y'all say that, y'all gonna have to deal with the reality that whether y'all feel this way or not, it's gonna happen regardless. Why? Because this is what evolution looks like. And like I said, when it comes to blackness and when it comes to these fear narrative conversations, I really feel like it comes from a place of jealousy. It comes from a place of envy. And I don't understand why, because there is more black representation now than there has ever been. And you're sitting here talking about population control in reference to blackness by having two white men kissing each other. So wouldn't it be white kids who would be experiencing what you want to consider as this gay agenda? Because ain't no nigga up here kissing nobody else that black people will want to watch, correct? Let's continue forward.
Superman might be checking a dude out, and he got X-ray vision.
Amen.
So imagine Superman looking at some dude.
Amen.
Ooh,
Amen.
That's a whole lot there. But who wants to get banged off by Superman?
There's a lot of motherfuckers that want to be banged up by... I'm not one of them, but there's a lot of motherfuckers that want to be banged up by Superman. Men and women. How many niggas dress up as Superman for Halloween? You literally got motherfucking niggas out here who are athletic, who literally dress up as Spider-Man, as Flash, and be wearing all the tight shit that show the muscles, that show their ass, and both men and women are looking at it. Both men and women are praising God for the beautiful manifestation of God in the earth known as this body. You ain't gotta get bumped off by Superman. You ain't the only person on earth, sir. You're not the only one. And thank God you're not the only one, because if you was, suicidal ideation would have been high.
This is a whole new, is the cape gonna be pink? Is he gonna be flying all over the city, cruising? Oh, there's one right over there. All I'm saying,
the most negative aspects of sexuality, I'm screaming.
So they don't care about people like me, who are of age. They don't care about people like you, who are of age. But if this becomes normalcy for children, if they don't know what this is, now they're going to want to know, Mommy, what is bisexual? Do what you do behind closed doors as an adult, but let the children have a period in their life.
Y'all be pissing me off with this children shit. Like I said, you got 12-year-old girls talking about my throat crazy, bitch. How your throat crazy at 12? You got 10, 11-year-old boys walking around screaming, throat baby. You literally have these children who... See, here's the thing I want people to understand in the older generation. The older generation, I thank you. I thank you for what you've done. I am grateful for the generation behind us, because if it had not been for them, we would have nothing to stand on. We would not have the foundation that we have now upon which we can step on and get to the next level. I appreciate that. I'm not saying that those that came before us are not affirmed or validated. They are affirmed and they are validated. But at the same time, something new is coming in, and everything must come to an end. Now, I'm not saying it's coming to an end for y'all now, because y'all have a purpose to be here. God saw fit that y'all are still here, and we're thankful that you're here. But y'all not the only ones that are here. Once again, whenever it comes to sexuality that isn't hetero, there are these fear-based narratives and conversations. Oh, is he going to be flying around cruising? See, you're speaking from a place from what your father taught you. Because a lot of times when it comes to sexuality, you bring up what your father taught you. And I get that a lot of black men don't have fathers in their life. So when they do have a father in their life, they're going to remember that. But your father was not educated when it comes to LGBT. He may have been educated on a whole lot of other stuff. But when it comes down to sexuality, sir, your father was limited in his thinking. Did your father ever sit down with these LGBT people and have a conversation with them? Has your father entered into LGBT spaces, like true LGBT spaces, in environments with LGBT people, and willing to have an open mind and practice empathy to try to understand them? No. He gave you the narrative of these people are weird, these people are crazy, and you need to stay away from these people because these people are sexual deviants. These people are against the norm. And if my son ends up going against the norm, I'm not even really worried about my damn son. I'm more so worried about what people are going to think about me as a father who has a LGBT child. And that is why representation is important. Because here it is. You don't have people really caring about the children. Y'all don't even care about the children that's here. Please make it make sense. Hey, Amber, you don't care about the children that's here. If that was the case, sir, if y'all truly cared about the children like y'all say y'all do, then the foster care system wouldn't have the amount of Black children that they have now. If that was the case, sir, then a lot of Black children wouldn't be out on the streets right now, sir. Do your research. You know how much LGBT homelessness that's happening, and especially with the youth being kicked out the house on the grounds of their sexuality based off the ignorance that other people who are not even gay has created about LGBT people. And a lot of y'all created this fear narrative about LGBT people to make yourselves feel better because there's a lack of security within y'all. And for the longest time, y'all have been able to make fun of LGBT people and not be reprimanded for it. Now that the tides are turning, now that the shoe is on the other foot spiritually through the lens of karma, now you feel some type of way. You feel some type of way because you cannot discriminate against somebody like you used to. And now you feel some type of way about it. Maybe this is a time for you to do some introspective work within yourself. Maybe this is a time for you to open your mind in reference to educating yourself about LGBT. Because once again, it's a fear-based narrative. You always use the most negative thing when it comes to LGBT. Is his cake going to be pink? Is he going to, once again, you don't even know what the hell is going to happen. Look at these comments. I think it's Twinelet. I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. I apologize. They use their kids to shield their prejudice. It's absolutely disgusting to use your kids as a tool to push nonsense. They only care about the kids when it's coming. Exactly. Because if they really cared about the kids, there would be more fathers in the household. Because a lot of these fathers ain't in jail. Some of these fathers are running wild and free. And they're being Rolling Stones. Didn't the Temptations back in the day said Papa was a Rolling Stone? So a lot of motherfuckers been fucking and having other families for a long ass time. But y'all don't want to talk about that. And because y'all don't want to take accountability for the children that y'all came together and create. Since LGBT people, since 2 men and 2 women can't come together and procreate and create life, the life that y'all creating, y'all can't stand up and take responsibility for that, which is why they then go into the streets and they find other Black men like them who then come together under this pain and trauma bond. And those are the individuals who end up in rebellion, destroying the Black community. You're talking about taking down the ranks of Blackness or decreasing the numbers in Blackness. That's what's decreasing the numbers of Blackness. But y'all don't want to talk about that. Why? Because it involves you. Because at least that is some form of masculinity. And that's the issue. Because I think later on in the video, Aries shared with me that he participated in the comment section. And I think there were some other gay men in the comment section as well who were supporting Lance and was saying, well, I'm an alpha gay man. So basically, once again, it goes back to Black men and femininity and how they equate femininity as weakness. Because once again, is his cape going to be pink? But I bet if John Kent was a masculine gay man or bisexual man, it really wouldn't be a problem because masculinity is there. So what I'm hearing is that Black men don't have a lot of healthy representation of masculinity in their life. Well, that seems like that's something that you're going to have to deal with in reference to your heterosexual brothers. Because I'm not heterosexual. So maybe you need to go see your heterosexual brothers and try to figure out, what does masculinity look like to you? And not in a way of hypermasculinity where you then have to police other people who aren't um I'm sorry, something came across my screen and threw my train of thought off. Sorry. Individuals who are not heterosexual. If you're heterosexual and you're secure in your sexuality, it shouldn't be a problem. But once again, jealousy, insecurity, that is an issue and a problem we need to talk about. Because what y'all not going to continue to do, like y'all been doing for these past decades, is bleed out y'all insecurities on other people who are secure. Because at this point, it's about security. If y'all actually love yourselves, then the universe, God, source, whatever you want to call it, guess what? Will then support you. And when they support you, then you will see the representation that you want to see for yourself. But you can't get mad that other people are being represented. Step your game up. What does it say? Did you say, Roki? They have Batman eating cooch. They talk about Superman and Lois having having to regularly buy new beds since he destroys them all. Wolverine damn near fucked all the X-Men. Hell yeah, he was fucking Jean Grey ass up, was he not? And look at their costumes. But now you worried about some shit they're not even new. But that's the thing. John Kent is presented as masculine, so it's not an issue of masculinity. They just don't want any LGBT representation. Well, I do believe that, but at the same time, when it comes to blackness and what Lance is talking about, they have a problem with femininity. Because the last video that I did, my review on and my commentary on, was talking about the emasculation. And like he said, will John Kent's his cape be pink? Pink being identified with women, women being identified with feminine. Is he gonna be cruising looking at dicks? Again, looking at dicks and penises is deemed to be feminine because they're going to be receiving it. So I think it's both the femininity and like you said, LGBT at all. They don't want any LGBT representation. And if there's going to be some, because we know that y'all exist, we want the least of y'all, which means we want the very quiet, masculine one who you can't tell that he's gay. You can't tell that he's bisexual. And if we don't see it, it's not a problem. Well, if you don't want 20/20 vision, that's on you. But I want to see clearly everything. And when your ass get into an accident because you don't have the perfect vision to see what's going on, you can't blame me, bruh. You played a part into this as well. What did you miss? Not a damn thing. But let's go forward in the commentary, y'all.
Well, they can focus on science, math, history. You need to homeschool your children, y'all.
Wow.
And you need to tell them what this is all about your way.
That's true.
Don't
you
let
have a right.
Superman
you have
introduce
a right.
something to your children. Don't let this world introduce anything to your children that you don't approve of.
So how about this? Let's do it this way, because we're loving people, right? We're supposed to be people of love, and Jesus is love, God is love, the universe is love, and I practice and teach self-love. How about saying to your children, you know what? There are people in this world who are going to be different from you. There are going to be people in this world that even me and your mom don't even understand. But one thing that I want to remind you as my children, that in the world, you are supposed to respect people. You respect people because you want to be respected, right? Didn't Martin Luther King say, I have a dream that one day my children will not be judged on the color of their skin, but only on the content of their character? Do you think that just applies to the color of your skin. No, we're talking about the content of character that transcends race, that transcends sexuality, that transcends the lines of division that you, sir, are helping to create and to strengthen. This is what freedom looks like. This is what liberation looks like. And especially for us in the Black community, we don't know what the fuck liberation and freedom really feels like. Because even when slaves were free from slavery, before this new form of slavery was put onto us, we didn't know how to be free. We spent 400, 500 plus years under oppression. We spent centuries being told what to do, who we are. So when that factor is now removed, we don't even know how to be free. What does free feel like, sound like, taste like, smell like? What is the reality of freedom? And we don't know it. But then we have other representations of what freedom is that we can learn from and then apply to ourselves. That's what we can do. But like I said, we're going to get all into this shit, y'all. What's up, BR Burns? Buzz, I was about to cuss on my classmate. She doesn't do shit in class but be in people business and sleep. Well, let me tell you something. If that's what the fuck she doing, allow your classmate to do what she doing. Because once again, you came to learn. If she want to be in other people's business and not really be about her business, that's where her ass gonna remain in the classrooms while you're out there manifesting the reality that you want. And also remember, you ain't got to answer her. You can also ignore her too. Because you came to school to do what? Learn. And if more people would just do that, learn, be open-minded, then maybe we'll be in a better place. Let's go ahead and continue with the commentary. And I love the fact that y'all are dropping y'all thoughts in the comment section. Keep doing that. Even if you against it, go ahead and drop it. We're not scared over here. We're gonna have real ass conversations because the only way that we're gonna be able to get to freedom is we gotta face the fear. We gotta face these fear narratives, y'all.
See? This thing got me sweating.
Got you sweat.
Sick. How they go after us like this. Now I'm gonna read a piece of the article. So when I'm getting to the screen and squinting and looking all funny, I'm gonna cover my face again. Okay, let's get into this. Let me pull up the screen.
Yes, get into this.
Let's go to it. Let me take a peek at the chat room really quick. Okay. Big ups to Diana Renee. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm here. I ain't going nowhere.
I cannot wait for these pork chops to get done because I'm gonna smash.
Oyala, they're great. The comics, yeah. I'm gonna check out. Hit the Cash App. Yes, 47th Ego Death. It's crazy, isn't it? They're making everything gay. Why the push for this?
They making everything gay. Everything gay for real. Everything is gay now.
Got off of everything. Oh yes,
is everything gay, or is it just showing that a lot of y'all insecure and y'all not securing y'all sexuality?
Okay, let me see.
That's what it seems like to me. Y'all not securing y'all sexuality. Now here come Aries.
This is not against it, but I believe we need to create new characters. But this is not going to. This is not going to affect the children.
And there's no
agenda.
Okay, so it's going on.
Well, if there's no agenda, why is there now? We got Robin that's bisexual or gay. Look, if you can't see it, I don't know if what age you are, but I'm not going to age discriminate because within these last 30 years, this has been made to be normalcy anyway. And this is a whole new generation that may not be aware of the changes that have happened so fast in the last 50-something years, 60 years. I was born in 63, and I see the push. Listen, in Ghana, there's a 79 point something of a tad less than 80% illiteracy rate here. Functional illiterate and illiterate. Why not the push to get our children here in better schools? In America, the poverty rate, the joblessness, this thing with COVID, children are now homeless because the parents are losing their jobs and can't keep up with the mortgage. This is not important.
Okay, and that's a part of the homelessness. But once again, it's not just the only homelessness. That's the thing. And I get it. I understand. People are not going to be invested because it doesn't affect them. It's not their reality in their life. But that's the fucked up part. It's going to affect you in some way, form, or fashion. Just not right now, but it will. And then you say, I'm not trying to age discriminate, and I've been here since, the 60s and 70s. Once again, we thankful for the 60s and 70s, but sir, we are in 2021. There is an evolution and there is a change and there is a growth. Now, maybe you're not in, maybe you don't have, and I'm not trying to, once again, I'm not saying anything to denigrate you because I don't know you personally. I'm not trying to assassinate your character. I'm just asking questions as well. I don't know if maybe you don't have the mental and emotional and empathic fortitude to really see what's really going on here. Because once again, you're speaking from a fear-based viewpoint. And when you speak from fear, you are choosing to remove yourself or to be alienated or to be set aside from it, as opposed to doing your research, sir. The research that you've been doing has been this Pan-African Hotep, twisted, perverted ass viewpoint. How can y'all sit here and talk about something that's going on, but yet you can't even get the shit that's going on in the black community for real under wraps? Help me understand that. How do y'all have a perspective on something, but you can't even fix the fucking issues that's going on in blackness that is bigger than what it is that you're trying to create here with this quote unquote gay agenda? Why? Because it's easier to find someone else as a scapegoat. It's easier to have a conversation about something that we can put on. And that's why, once again, until we learn to love ourselves, we're going to continue this downward spiral. Because white patriarchy and white supremacy that is shrouded in privilege, ignorance, and power is starting to trickle down to the black community, to where now there is a form of hierarchy that follows the same hierarchy as white supremacy going on in the black community. So now you're making fun of feminine gay men and trans women because you believe that there should be this one representation of blackness that y'all can't even manifest in a healthy way. Because once again, see, I would suggest, sir, that you watch this movie called Moonlight. Because there was a scene in the movie where there was a masculine black gay man, thugged out nigga, whoop whoop de woo, and he had a conversation with this younger kid. And he said, "Well, what's a faggot?" He explained what it was. He said, "Is that me?" He said, "You don't have to be," in reference to the negative aspect. There are shows like Pose on not Netflix. What am I saying? Pose on FX. Right now, I think we're in the 3rd or possibly 4th season. I don't know. That can educate you on that. And it was in the same time frame that you grew up in. See, 4 years ago, Lance Scurv did a video with Conscious TV called Homos and Hoteps. I would suggest that y'all go ahead and look at that video. Type in Lance Scurv, Homos and Hoteps. It's the first video. You'll see him up there. And in the back of the in the video in the background, he has a video playing of Paris is Burning. Did you even watch Paris is Burning, sir? Or did you just use that as a ploy to make it seem as if though you understand or that you're willing to understand? Have you watched Posed, sir? Have you watched Posed? Wow, I am high still. Have you watched Posed, sir? Have you had a conversation with LGBT people who are healed? Because there's some LGBT people who are still dealing with they fuck shit too, who can't see through it too. But have you had a conversation, an in-depth conversation with, well, you did with Conscious TV, but that didn't go nowhere based on y'all. Y'all had an opportunity to learn. But will you have another conversation with Conscious TV? Will you have a conversation with BubzDaGawd? Will you have a conversation with Aries? Will you have a conversation with T.S. Madison? Will you have a conversation with Joseph Williams? Will you have a conversation with Hope Giselle? Will you have a conversation with these individuals who know who they are? Of course not. Because then now it's a challenge to your insecurity. Because everything that you're saying, sir, is from an insecure place. And here's the thing. As a black person, I know energetically what discrimination feels like. There's an energy thing there. I know what that feels like. Sir, you are giving that same energy. But you think that because I'm black, I'm supposed to negate that energy because I'm black. And you want me to be black first, but then when I say I'm black and this, then it's a problem. Y'all remove the blackness. You don't even pay attention to the blackness. At this point, you feel disrespected in reference to me being black and same gender loving, because how dare you? It's not African, it's not black. So I need y'all to make this make sense. Because what's happening now is when you deal with people who are LGBT in the black community, now you have people who have to deal with discrimination on the outside as well as on the inside. And you wonder why the depression rate is high. You wonder why the suicide rate is high. You wonder why the drug abuse is high in LGBT communities of color. You can't sit up here and throw rocks and then hide your hand when the accountability comes into play, sir. But that's okay, because guess what? There are individuals in the world who are going to hold y'all accountable. Just like there are things in the world that's going to hold me accountable. I am not exempt from this either. But since I'm not exempt, bitch, ain't nobody exempt. Everybody gonna have to get that spiritual work, including me. And also you too. What y'all say in the comments? What you say? Let me see. B.R. Burns said, preach. Also, when you speak from fear, it doesn't make sense. Exactly. Or it's the fourth and final season. Okay, boom. Exactly. When you speak from a place of fear, you're not going to get nowhere. You're going to be more confused than you was before. Let's continue, y'all.
There is an agenda, and we can agree to disagree.
What is the agenda? What is the agenda?
It's not going to affect children.
What is the agenda?
Yes, it is. Because it's another option on the menu of decadence.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
My father taught me reality from single-digit ages. All of you all know that who are here.
Your father. I have
to say it again.
Say it.
My father took me down to where the heroin addicts in the abandoned buildings shot up. And he made those guys. And of course, he went before and talked to them. But they told me some stuff in some very harsh language that my father told them to tell me. He took me around to the numbers joints and told me what happened there. He took me around to the whorehouses and told me what happened there. I knew there was some testosterone in my little system then, because I kind of like what I saw in the whorehouse, just to make it a funny thing.
Okay, come on, sir.
But the bottom line, he told me all things life. Now, in Manhattan back in the day, and probably even today, you don't get any more queer and gay and LGBTQ than Christopher Street.
Okay,
That's like the gay capital of Manhattan in New York City.
Okay.
That's where it all went down. That the Stonewall riots or revolts, as they like to
and
call
those are people of color
that particular bar
who did that. Wasn't like, I think her name was Marsha P. Hayes, if I'm not mistaken.
And that was supposed to be a historic thing. The cops came in and stormed the gay bar, and they fought back. And in gay history, this was a monumental time, a historic time. I understand that if you feel that way.
It's
if
the
you're
truth.
not bothering anybody, nobody should bother you. But why now is it overspilling into mainstream, and everything has to be touched with that, when the majority of us are not that?
But because, sir, once again, you just said, why does it have to, these things happen with a touch of that? Exactly, a touch. Just a touch. It's just a touch, which once again, they're becoming more inclusive. The majority of the cast is straight. You might have a character or two that is LGBT. Y'all choose to focus on that. Oh my God. Here they come. Here they come. See, y'all dealing with fear, guilt, and shame. And what you have, Marsha P. Johnson. Thank you, Roki. I fucked up. Thank you. I said Hayes. Fear, guilt, and shame. When you tell see, the reason why it wasn't in your face or open or loud or proud of representation is like it is today back then, is because those people dealt with a society that believed that they were sexual deviants, they were misfits, they were all these things that were terrible that you need to watch out for. There was literally, I think it was television shows they used to have on TV or whatever the case may be. When you're going into the army, whatever the case may be, watch out for the homosexual. The homosexual. The homosexual is going to try to get you. The homosexual is going to try to woo, 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 woo. So you're devoiding or you're trying to remove the love and acceptance and understanding and inclusion of LGBT people to be in the dark. And then you wonder why some of the motherfuckers who was talking shit about LGBT also dibble and dabble over there, because they're dealing with guilt and shame. So when you put guilt and shame over a community in the dark, what do you think is going to happen? When there isn't any representation that affirms them, but actually denies them, there gets to a point to where they're like, well, fuck, maybe I am wrong. Maybe there is something sick in me. Maybe there is something twisted in me. And then you have individuals under that mindset say, well, you know what? Let me see if I can get help for it. And you wonder why these people go to conversion therapy camps, shock therapy, all these things. And then later on in life, come back and have to apologize for all the lives they destroyed because they were trying to fix something that was not broken in the first place. It was just the mindset of the majority that was fucked up. Because once again, how in the hell is you going to tell me as a heterosexual person what it's like to be gay? Oh, because of the books and the facts. So if we're going to say that books and facts is what's required in order to tell another person about themselves, then I guess a white person can read a lot of things or educate themselves in blackness and come tell black people how to be black. I mean, that's literally the same thing. Some of y'all gonna get mad because, oh my God, why are you equating that? Look, like I said in my previous video, black people don't own the patent of discrimination. We're mostly identified with that. That's a part of our identity that we choose to hold on to. But discrimination is not exclusively for black people. It's just that we've been dealing with it for the longest. But once again, we gonna have to learn to get ourselves out of it. And you're upset and mad because another marginalized group that is smaller has been able to love themselves. I'm not saying we haven't loved ourselves completely, because we still got work to do too. We are not perfect. But we're choosing to thrive in a world that does not understand us. And people fear what they don't understand, and they hate what they fear. Guess what? Just because you fear it doesn't mean I have to. Just because you scared doesn't mean I have to. There was a whole bunch of slaves on a slave plantation who was afraid of leaving a goddamn plantation that didn't have any goddamn fences. And there was a slave by the name of Harriet Tubman that said, fuck all this. There has to be something that is better and greater than this. She had that self-love that said, bitch, fuck what y'all hoes believe about my skin color. I believe that I deserve to be free. And she walked in such a self-love that, baby, she was like MC Deborah, bitch. Came back and did it again and again and again and again and again and again. And then again some more. Once again, fear narrative, insecurity, ignorance. And like I said, I'm not saying anything to denigrate. I'm not criticizing unfairly. I'm not criticizing in a way that's destructive. I'm criticizing in the way that is truthful. Because at the end of the day, y'all gonna have to learn how to be inclusive and learn to love yourself above all things. And at large, the Black community is still struggling with the identity of self-love. We want someone outside of us to do it. And sometimes we need that. But once again, it is not just you as far as representation is concerned, sir. There are other people in the world who deserve representation as well. And if you actually learn to understand people and work with them, guess what? You might be able to learn something that you can bring back to Blackness that will then therefore create the gray area, like I said, of the amalgamation of healing and love. Because like I said, I understand that inside of you, you have community. You have that community spirit deep in you. And I appreciate that. But once again, your viewpoint and your father's viewpoint about LGBT is obscured. And y'all gonna have to realize that, I'm sorry, wrong is wrong. What's up, B? What's up, B? Wow. What's going on, Aries? I know I was supposed to wait for you. to do this live, but I started watching. I said maybe he gonna have to join later or something. We're gonna talk about it. We just got to your comment where you said not against it, but I believe we need to create new characters. But this is not going to affect children, and there's no agenda. Then once again, we're getting to the story of Lance talking about his father, who is just this person who just knows all there is you need to know about LGBT. You know, he's a student of life and he knows it all. You know, he can speak for LGBT people. You know what I'm saying? Because he was able to be there. You know, because he's the father. But once again, there was ignorance there, just like there's ignorance now. And like I said, I'm not saying that in a way to denigrate. I'm saying that in a constructive way. You don't know what you're talking about, sir, when it comes to LGBT. You don't. You're talking about an agenda. We ask you what the agenda is. You say, I mean, at least you give us some perspectives of the agenda. No, what's the main agenda? Since we're talking about the agenda, what is the main agenda? Because y'all speaking about these quote unquote symptoms that y'all seeing. No, let's get to the root issue. Like I said, what is y'all fear with LGBT? Can we get to that? Will y'all be open and honest enough to have a conversation about that? Will you be open and honest enough to say why you really don't like LGBT? That's the conversation I want to have. Y'all sitting here reaching, talking about blackness, but using two white men that's kissing to talk about blackness. Even going back to the emasculation of black men in his video about that, he was talking about Playboy having a man as one of the Playboy bunnies. They used the wrong guy. That wasn't even him on the Playboy cover. The person that was on the Playboy cover was Bretman Rock, who is also Filipino. But they used that picture and ran with it. See, once again, y'all are reaching. And this is what happens when you get desperate. This is what happens when you don't really employ self-love for real, for real. Because when you love yourself, you then therefore create the capacity and the mental and emotional intelligence and wherewithal to actually care for other people who may not be like you. Okay, I've talked enough. Hold on, let me see. Let me look at y'all stuff, and we're gonna get back to this video because y'all, I want to finish this video and I want to goddamn eat some shit. Okay, I'm hungry. Anybody that says overspilling instead of spilling over are are void of my attention and consideration. Let me tell you something, BR Burns. I fuck up words too. My mind be going so fast that my mouth can't even catch up. I be stuttering. I be saying words backwards. I'm like, damn, bitch, do you have dyslexia, bitch? You read shit backwards? Like, I can forgive him for that because I don't even speak proper English sometimes. Especially when my ass be high and I talk very fast. Like, sometimes it's hard to hear my words. So even I'm learning how to slow down and do all that type of stuff. So, you know, why is it spilling into the mainstream? He sounds like prejudiced white. Thank you. Can I pin this? Let me pin this. Can I pin this, Lord? There we go. Why is it spilling into the mainstream, you say? He sounds like prejudiced white folks when all the black TV shows popped up in the late 60s, early 70s. The self-centered attitude is trash, like I said. But that's the thing when it comes down to white supremacy in reference to in a spiritual and metaphysical standpoint that transcends the lines of division that keep us divided. It's all fear, guilt, and shame. White America does not want to deal with fear, guilt, and shame because it means they have to be accountable. And being accountable means you have to therefore make a change. And a lot of them are so reprobated in their mind that they're so afraid that if they go along with the change, that they'll be destroyed, not realizing that when you go along with the change and you actually face your ego and you learn to love yourself, you'll realize that you're included, even though you created a world that is exclusive. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's what pisses me off but see, if I was to say that to them in a conversation, well, why are you saying that? Oh my God, we're not talking about that. You're deflecting. Am I deflecting or am I what I'm saying really hitting that ass? Is that what because that's what it sounds like. Energetically speaking, that same discrimination of fear, guilt, and shame that white people feel and white supremacy and patriarchy feels trickles down. And now, like I said, there is that same hierarchy being created in the black community where you have black people who are not looking for community. They're looking for superiority. And if that's what you're about, then that's something that I can be about because I'm really about community. Because when you're dealing with superiority, that comes from a place of insecurity, a lack of security, a lack of self-love. So do you want equality or do you want superiority? That is a question I also want to ask. Please pray for me because somebody about to get their feelings hurt. Listen, I'm praying, but if you got to whoop that ass and cuss them out, get them together, okay? Because they can't relate. It shouldn't exist. Wow, this is horrible logic. They want someone to step on. To think that you're better than someone else simply because you're heterosexual is childish and ignorant as fuck. Where do I think? Okay, here's the question I want to ask them. B.R. Burns said it perfectly. Where can I get a copy of this agenda? Now, I don't have a rainbow card. They didn't mail me a rainbow card. I didn't get a gay welcome package, bitch. I didn't get none of that. Did I subscribe to the wrong mailing list? Because I didn't get a pamphlet. Hello, welcome to being gay. Here's our agenda. I didn't get that. Now, did you get it? And if you got it, please help me understand how to acquire this agenda so that I can educate myself. Because apparently we don't know what we're talking about. Because we're quote unquote feeding into this agenda, right? So where is the evidence and the copy that I can educate myself so that I can finally see where y'all coming from? Because all I hear right now is a lot of confusion and ignorance. That's what I hear. I just woke up from a nap. I was watching a movie and boom, my eyes were closed. You good? Right, B.R. Burns. I need my pack. Okay, with my instructions. I still can't believe all the crazy stuff said about us. He really needs to go back to school. Do you mean trickle down or down trickle? Both of them. Trickle down, down trickle. It's coming down. Okay? It's coming down. The piss is coming down. Okay? Out came the rain and washed the spider out. But when is the part where the sun comes out, bitch, and dries up all the rain? Can we get to that point? And I understand, boys to me. I understand that New Edition said, "Bitch, can you stand the rain?" I understand that, but can we get to a point of surviving the rain so that we can actually get to the sunshine again? All right, y'all, let's finish this shit because I smell them pork chops cooking. My sister then made some pork chops, baby. I am ready. All right, Kimberell status.
Yet and still they ignore us when we say that we have to get our reparations as black people. But nobody, oh God, you're always talking that black mess. We don't want to hear that black mess. We don't.
I'm sorry. White people are not going to give us reparations anytime soon. They're not. It's going to take something catastrophic to happen to white America for them to even consider the option of forgiveness. And even then, they've already proven to us, girl, that they got their guns, they got their ammunition, they got their Bible, and they got all the things they need because we're not going to be accountable. We have so much privilege. They're not going to do that. Once again, what are we as black people going to do? Because I'm not going to sit up here and believe the narrative that there's nothing that we can do. Because if that was the case, we as black people wouldn't be where we are. Are we still in a fucked up position? Yeah, but it's not as fucked up as it used to be. See, there are some motherfuckers that are going to have the slave mentality still. It's some motherfuckers that still going to have the ghost of the slave plantation mentality placed on them. Once again, our people were kept together in an area with no fences. So psychologically, things were done to us. But like I said, God's grace and mercy, the universe's grace and mercy, source's grace and mercy is so sufficient to where there are people being born in those very low vibrating times who had high vibrating thoughts and said, bitch, there has to be something better than this. You need to have that conversation. Because once again, you kind of giving me that slave mentality conversation. Why are you talking? Why are you doing this? What are they going to be done? Nothing done for us. Why are you doing this? Because if you do this and you know you get caught, when you come back, guess what? Not only you, but all of us is going to get fucked up. Well, I mean, if you want to stay and see that happen, that's okay. But I'm going to fight for my life because I'm going to die anyway. And I'm not going to live here wondering and what day that's going to be when Massa just have a bad day and I happen to be the one that he takes the shit out on because I'm in the vicinity. Fuck all that. If Massa going to have to beat my ass, he going to have to beat my ass while I'm running. If Massa going to beat my ass, he going to have to beat my ass while I'm ducking and dodging shit. If Massa going to beat my ass, he going to have to put in the work to beat my ass because I'm not going to allow him to easily beat my ass any fucking more. Let's get into this video and I'm gonna get to y'all comments.
So, I mean, come on now. We talking about something that's real. We talking about something we can't get away from. Okay, JD the Great, I didn't see it, but thank you so much. I don't know if I can put this up on the screen because it passed. It slipped me when I didn't have the chat room open, so forgive me. So I'll repeat what you said. He said, they are pushing this agenda to destroy the Black family and trying to force it in Africa now. I am in Africa, Aris, and they're trying their hardest to...
Okay, guess what? You in Africa. I think South Africa, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it's Johannesburg. I could be wrong. My sister was married, or not married, was engaged to somebody over in South Africa. And they legalized gay marriage before America did. If I'm not mistaken. They legalized it before we did. See, homosexuality wasn't a problem until the Christian missionaries went out and started preaching Christianity. And here's the thing, because it's so funny. You're talking about representation, sir. Well, let's talk about Africa, sir. There are certain parts in Africa where if you are LGBT, you lost your life. Have we forgotten about the kill the gays law that they were trying to get passed in Africa? I forgot what particular place in Africa, but in Africa, I mean, you can look this up. This is factual evidence. You can look it up on Google. You can look it up on YouTube. How many individuals and people, like they were literally creating newspapers that put these people's faces on there as if though this is a goddamn the FBI's most wanted list. And guess what? If the family members and friends of these individuals did not report them, and it came to find out that they actually supported the LGBT people, guess what? They also faced jail time or at the most extreme death as well. So imagine being LGBT and waking up every day, realizing that today could be your last day. Energetically, as Black people, we know what the fuck that feels like. And that's why it pisses me off when you have fellow Black people doing and saying this dumb ass, stupid ass, ignorant ass shit. Because if there's any group of people that should understand what discrimination feels like energetically, it should be us. But instead of us healing that, we want to have the pain Olympics, the oppression Olympics. We are going to have to do some real introspective self-work. We don't even love ourselves. We hate ourselves so much. There is so much self-hate in the Black community to the point to where we will sit here and destroy each other within. We are willing to implode from within. But then want to get up here and talk about a fucking cartoon character that is fictional, girl. Y'all get mad at drawings, girl. Please make it make sense, because it's not making sense to me. Like B.R. Burns said, I'm going to leave it up on the screen, bitch. Where do we get our copy of this agenda? Please, where do we get it from? Help me understand. I want to understand where you're coming from, because I care about Blackness. Now, my thing is, are you willing to understand where I'm coming from, too? Are you willing to find the gray area like I am? Because if you're not willing to find a gray area, then you don't care about community. Because as much as, and like Conscious TV said, y'all can sit here, all Black people can go to Africa, girl. Y'all can kill and destroy every ounce and source of LGBT plus in Africa. Build a Wakanda shield around Africa, girl. All the gays is out, girl. We know it's gone, woo-woo. And I guarantee that y'all will still give birth to LGBT life. Why? Because it's a part of the spiritual experience, and y'all don't get to control the spiritual experience. We are here just like everybody else. We have gifts and talents, okay, and representation that deserves to be shown as well. Now, either you can also support and uplift, so therefore we can uplift and support blackness, or we can continue with this lines of division and get mad at each other. Because getting mad ain't solving shit. Because anger without intellect is very dangerous.
Push it. And the government here, even though it may be somewhat corrupt, no more corrupt than anywhere else, they push back. They said, we ain't doing that here. We ain't going for that here. It ain't happening. So why is it important for the UK and America to try to bring other countries into it to push to have gay rights in the motherland? That's an agenda. When the government comes behind and gets together and tries to force
gay rights, and that's an agenda. So freedom. So my thing is, don't be more free than me. Is that the agenda that gays are doing? Because that would make sense. Do you think the gays' agenda is that y'all feel some type of way about us being free without y'all consent? Without y'all validation? Once again, being in a world that does not support you. And I'm a double minority, bitch. I'm black and not gay. If you really want to play the Pan Olympics game or the oppression game, I'm both of those things. But even though both of those things, them labels are placed on me by society, I get to make the decision on whether or not I agree with what their label is, because they don't know me and they don't define me as a person. They don't define my character. Y'all gonna have to come harder than that, y'all. Come on.
Another country who's minding their business to allow them to have rights. Nobody's taking away their rights as human beings. If you want to suck a dick, go behind closed doors and do it.
Ain't nobody sucking dick in the open.
Pum pum in your woman, go behind closed doors and do it.
But it's not even the fact. It's not even the fact of that, Lance. It's the fact that just their experience. If two men are holding hands, you automatically go to the dick sucking. If two men are sitting next to each other and they're doing PDA, you immediately go to the dick sucking. Once again, just the experience. We can take the barbershop, for example. If a feminine gay man walk in the barbershop gonna be quiet as hell. Or you got some people that are just so bold that they'll start a conversation that talks about and highlights homosexuality, and then everybody in the room gets to share their disdain against it out of ignorance. And on top of that, with these rights, people also have the ability to follow these rights if they want to or not. Just because rules are in place don't mean you have to follow them. There are plenty of people breaking the rules all the time. So for you thinking that these laws are just going to protect people, no, it's not. Y'all just feel some type of way because y'all are not able to discriminate against people like you want to. Just like white people feel some type of way because blackness is being validated, and they think that because blackness is validated, then whiteness has to be validated, even though whiteness was the only thing that was validated. Again, from an energetic level, from a metaphysical level, y'all niggas, y'all white people, everybody gonna have to learn to fucking love themselves and know who the fuck they are. I'm tired of you insecure ass niggas out here saying all this stupid, dumb, illiterate, ignorant ass shit, thinking that you talking some shit, and it's really more destructive than it is beneficial and life-giving. Y'all talking about the children. Y'all sit here, bust all kind of nuts. And then when the time comes, oh my God, you're going to be a daddy. What's happening? Y'all not singing, so you having my baby, and it means so much to me. There's nothing more precious than to raise a family. Y'all not doing that. Now is, bitch, I don't, fuck all that. That baby ain't mine. I had the Jimmy on extra tight. See, y'all the one create, girl, let me stop. Let me stop, because bitch, we gonna have a real conversation. We gonna sit here, we gonna dilute and deal with y'all ignorant ass, fear-based, insecure ass claims and arguments. And after we're done with that, after we have the conversations about your arguments and really look at it for real and use critical thinking when it comes to that, then we're gonna deal with the real agenda. I hope y'all ready with that. Because y'all sitting here talking about an agenda with against the black family, destroy the black family, girl. It ain't the gays doing that. It's your motherfucking sons that's shooting and killing motherfuckers. It's y'all sons and daughters that's selling poison to the community. It's y'all motherfuckers that's terrorizing the community. And then the community is even afraid of calling the goddamn police to even hold these motherfuckers accountable. So therefore, they run rampant in the streets. And you just sit there and pray and hope that your ass don't get a bullet by going outside. Y'all gonna have to miss me with the bullshit.
Out here, hey, honey, we're in the middle of the street right now. There's going to be a long light right here before we cross the street. Can you give me a little head? You don't see that.
You don't know that. You know how many motherfuckers walking around getting their dick sucked right now? You know how many videos is on Twitter right now of motherfuckers fucking in public places? This whole public eroticism shit. But see, it's not even about sucking dick. Cause that can be done behind closed doors. You're right. But when me walking down the street and holding my boyfriend's hand becomes an issue. When me, also a human being who has a right to experience sex and love like everybody else, like you stated earlier in this commentary, sir, about how you're watching Clark Kent express his love and share his love with Lois Lane growing up. If I was to do that out in public, it's a problem. If my partner, because I'm attracted to feminine men, I'm opening up my mind to more masculine men, but I'm more so attracted to feminine men. If my significant other got a little twang in his voice, got a little sugar in his tank, got a little switch in his walk, he talk with his hands, move his neck and all that shit, just by him being that in that vicinity is going to rub motherfuckers the wrong way. Once again, that has nothing to do with me. That has something to do with y'all. And for the longest time, y'all had the privilege, bitch. Y'all had the privilege to open your mouth and say things and even go further. Did it go as further as to attack and harm LGBT people? There are literally videos on YouTube you can look up right now of gay people having guns pulled on them, motherfuckers walking around, driving around, talking about we looking for a punk. How many trans women have got their asses beat in broad daylight and people just stand around and watch and nobody offered it assistance? Again, you're not educated, sir. And if anything, LGBT people had to spend the majority of their lives living in a heterosexual world. No one's trying to erase that. No one's trying to destroy that. No one's trying to negate that. We're just putting a comma on it where y'all want a period. And I'm sorry, bruh, ain't no period, it's commas. Because once again, all these expressions are unique, divine expressions of God. There are healed versions, there are unhealed versions, but all of them have the opportunity and the privilege to heal and to become better. And when you love yourself, you then have the capacity to love others for who they are and who they aren't.
See somebody taking a leak, you might see somebody taking a dump, but you don't see that. So why is it important to make this a worldwide
Just because you don't see it
if
don't
you
mean it's not happening, sir.
If you want to do that in the UK,
just because you don't see that does not mean it's not happening. It's so many songs right now of motherfuckers talking about they want their dick sucked in the car. How many niggas have fucked bitches in the car? I bet if I bust on these leather seats and shit, what are you talking about?
So any little kid that sees this as he grows up, he's going to assume that Superman, the uncle, whatever, always been that way. You have made this decadence normalcy, and it's not important. It is not important
to you. So it ain't got to be important to you, but it's important to other LGBT people. All of this. Just like it was white people who thought it wasn't important for niggas to be on television. Just like how white people thought it wasn't important for niggas to have their needs met. They're less than. What do they need? They're just giving the basic of things. Because, I mean, they're black. They're niggers. So what do they need? Saying the exact same thing, but wrapped in another type of way.
I know I can't do it single-handedly. This is why I say to your mothers, or even if you can't afford the time to homeschool your children because you got to go to work and work two and three jobs, 2 jobs and a part-time job. Spend some time at home with them or get somebody around them to filter out.
How about you just love your damn children? How about that? Love covers everything to where you ain't got. How about you love your? I know y'all. I'm pausing. I'm really trying to get through this. I am. But how about love your kids? How about that? How about just love them? How about willing to understand them? And you're talking about nuclear families and the black family. Okay, let's talk about a black family that is very, very, that is still a nuclear family, bitch. Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union. Perfect example. A heterosexual man, a heterosexual woman came together I think they had 4 children, if I'm not mistaken, 4 or 5 along the lines of that. Right? Wonderful example of a nuclear family who operates in love. Because guess what? Zaya is having the trans experience. And instead of Dwayne and Gabrielle following the ignorance of other people who did not even try to understand their children, they just ostracized, demonized, and then exiled their children because of what other people was going to think about them. They actually did what parents are supposed to do, which is to love your child. Then have the nerve to sit up here and go to church on Sunday and just be snotting at the nose, thanking God that your ass is saved. How many of you motherfuckers did shit that put your life in danger, and then the danger that you deserved you didn't get? That was God's grace and mercy for your ignorance, right? So why not give that same grace and mercy to other people? Because at the same time, Zaya Wade in her walk is still learning her transness and what her experience of transness is. And both Dwayne and Gabrielle are saying, you know what? I'm going to love my child. I'm going to deal with my own personal convictions that I have because I understand the personal convictions that I have is out of ignorance and not doing my research. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to study to show thyself approved so that therefore I can continue to love my child even greater and then possibly learn to love other children as well. And to also give hope and inspiration to other parents who are dealing with LGBT plus children, to let them know that, yeah, there's always been this negative, demonic, egoic, narcissistic ass viewpoint that's been going around as far as throwing your children out because of the attachment it is to you, because of what other people's negative, low vibrating thoughts are in reference to LGBT. Or you can sit here and love your child. Yes, it's going to be scary. Yes, there are times you might be intimidated. There might be times where you just don't know. But are you willing to love your child through it? Because when a lot of these children come to the self-actualization of who they are, they first have to deal with the fear of how the world is going to treat them, including their family members. Which is why the suicide rate is high. Which is why the depression rate is high. Because in the world we live in, just by them acknowledging who they are and accepting who they are, they have to also accept the reality that there are going to be other people who are not going to do that. And they have to prepare themselves for that. And there are so many LGBT plus children in the world who have to deal with that and now are homeless. And because there's no one there to help them navigate through this life in a way that is fruitful and life-giving, and because they didn't have the representation that lets them know, even though it feels this way right now, does not mean it's going to be this way forever. They ended up killing themselves. So now there's representation to help those gay children. Because yes, they're going to be the majority of heterosexual children. You're absolutely right. But there's going to be some LGBT as well. And what's happening is that there is a broadness going on that covers everybody. Inclusivity and love. What's happening now, when you talk about the UK and the United States and all these other places, is that now there is a higher level of consciousness happening. There is a higher level of awareness happening. And just like there's some people like Lance who focuses on the lines of division, there are some people who are focusing on the commonalities in the gray areas, which therefore those lines of division end up being dissolved so that we can come together ultimately as human beings. Yes, we have to deal with racism. Yes, we have to deal with the issue of sexuality. Yes, we have to deal with all of these things. But the only way we're going to deal with these things is to have those conversations. God damn.
To destroy the black family and trying to force it in Africa. Keep it out of Africa. They're pushing that because they know that certain things are going to happen behind that.
Wow, okay.
The straight black family, that's what I'm in support of. And this is a threat to it. This is a direct missile.
Wow.
This is a Pearl Harbor attack on us and our subconscious minds and on the minds of the vulnerable kids because they love these comic books. They love Superman. They love Spider-Man. They love Batman and Robin. It's very attractive. The colors, the artwork. That's what inspired me even more so to draw like I do today.
Right.
In the storylines, we love the comic books.
And Aries is the individual who loves comics as well, does drawings as well. Does his reality not mean anything?
And get the next issue. It may not be that
Roki
much now.
loves
Maybe it's
comic
online
books.
more
Is
or
his not?
whatever.
Is his experience
But
not validated?
And they take time. This didn't happen by chance. In 2021, yes, I feel that this is definitely an agenda. I feel that way. Okay, and like I said, nobody's trying to stop you from doing what you do behind closed doors. But why is it that way? Straight black family, y'all. Support your straight black family, even if it has been fragmented. Support them. Let's stay alive.
So when is a straight black family going to support their gay children? When is a straight black family going to support their gay relatives? When is a straight black family going to support other families that have LGBT representation within it? It goes both ways. Y'all not going to sit up here and get everything for nothing. Y'all going to have to do some work too. Because this is a two-way street. Just because white supremacy gives the illusion of one way, that's why a lot of them about to get fucked up. Because it's about to be more than just one fucking lane. Like a freeway. Get to someplace faster. And what we not finna do is sit behind y'all slow asses trying to move, bitch. How about we move to another lane and go farther? If you want to be the individual that takes their time and wants to drive below the speed limit, that is your business. But some of us got some places to go. In the words of Ludacris, move. Yeah. Get out the way.
Stay together. Even if you can't work it out with your wife or you can't work it out with your husband, stay together to a point in the lives of the children. Don't go away from your children and lower their defense on their subconscious mind where it's wide open. These people can come in and do what they want and say what they want. Come on. We got to look at the long-term effects of this thing. We want strong black men in our community.
Wow.
We want strong black women in our community.
So
and we need
LGBT
to be heterosexual.
Does not
just like these people talk about rights and gay rights. Well, we need straight rights, because let me tell you something. 30, 40 years from now, they will be attacking you for being straight and believing in the institution of the family.
What?
A man, a woman, your children.
What?
And raise them up that way.
What?
This is an attack on that. And
what?
This is the very beginning, but it's done in a very slimy way.
What?
This is no different than a child molester.
What?
These comic books that push this thing.
What?
Things in the mind of the children.
Do y'all hear
Does
this?
This make it easier for those who want to get with little boys? So
what?
Now, is there going to be a pedophile comic book character out there soon? Because they're pushing that. And you say there's no agenda? What is it? Certain parts of Europe now, they're already pushing this thing and saying why it's a good thing and saying why it's something that can enhance the lives of a young child. The North American Man-Boy Love Association. Okay? This has been around for a long, long time. I remember hanging out down.
Okay, so let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. Do I agree with older people being with younger people? I don't. And the reason why I say it is because when you talk about pedophilia and all this stuff, you have to also realize that this goes beyond sexuality. Because I love how y'all just try to make pedophilia something that is exclusive to LGBT when that's not the case. Y'all got the biggest motherfucking, one of the biggest motherfucking pedophiles, bitch, right now. That's Black R. Kelly on trial. Yeah, he dabbled in a few booty holes, but the majority of shit that he was doing was with women. There used to be this show. They used to come on MSNBC all the time called How to Catch a Predator. The majority of them were heterosexual men, but they were white, but they were still heterosexual. And how many R. Kellys is in your family right now? How many uncles have molested so many nieces and nieces and nephews too? How many aunties have molested nieces and nephews? Once again, fear-based ignorance. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't happen in the LGBT community. There are some people who are so hurt and have this whole power ego trip that when they do these things to younger people, it's from a place of having power and dominance because they were once dominated and they haven't healed from that. So now they continue that pathology of perverse dominance. But what the fuck we not finna do is sit up here and make that exclusive to LGBT. Because factually speaking, it happens in the heterosexual community as well. So we're going to stop this. We're going to stop it. If we're going to talk about that and talk about shit. Talk about the whole complete 360 totality of it.
You know what? Let me just read this, man. I'm going off.
Yeah, read the article, please.
Okay, I'm gonna drop this in the chat room. Mm-hmm. After I finish reading a part of it, mm-hmm. just to clarify the facts, okay, which really are necessary because once you see what this is all about, mm-hmm. you know what it is. Okay. But let's just for the naysayers and the future trolls when it comes, no, it wasn't this one, it wasn't that one, it wasn't Superman, it was a nephew. It don't matter. He got a big S on his chest. He got the same costume on.
Okay, he's a family of Superman.
Said any snake will do. DC Comics.
And then on top of that, he's bisexual, which means he is still attracted to women. John Kent can still fuck a female and get her pregnant, nigga. Like, what is you talking about?
His latest Superman is bisexual in New Issue. Jonathan Kent, the new iteration of Superman, is bisexual according to DC Comics. Okay. The traditionally heterosexual superhero mm-hmm. will embark on a same-sex relationship with a friend in a new comic. Kent, who is the son of Clark Kent mm-hmm. and Lois Lane, right, started his tenure in July. Right. Oh, so this is the son. Oh, that's even worse. Oh, wow. Superman got a little something gene inside of him, don't it?
A little.
The idea of replacing Clark Kent with another straight white savior felt like a missed opportunity, Tom Taylor, the series writer, said in an interview with the New York Times. His new love interest is Jay Nakamura, a reporter who cares for him after he mentally and physically burns out from trying to save everyone that he can in an issue of Superman, Son of Kal-El, #5, to be released in November. Mm-hmm. Nakamura is also revealed to have special powers. Oh man, another one with special powers. Yeah. I hope they don't turn evil and try to take over the world. We want all the black sphincter muscles wrapped around us. Imagine that. Kent's sexuality is not the only way in which the character has been updated for a new audience in time. Recent issues have seen him protesting against the deportation of refugees, mm-hmm. stopping a high school shooting, mm-hmm. and trying to put the wildfires out that were the cause of the climate crisis. Mm-hmm. Bam! Let me stop right there. You see how they mix him in with righteous causes that he should be, or they should be.
Didn't this nigga just say at the beginning of the video, for those of you who watched from the beginning, didn't he say that as a young child, when he was watching Clark Kent, the original Superman with Lois Lane, that he himself as a young child had the ability, okay, had the cognitive ability to decipher reality from fiction? Didn't he say in the beginning of the commentary that the comic books that he read also included shit that was happening in the world today? And I guarantee you, Scurv, hypothetically speaking, if you was in a situation where your life was in trouble and somebody saved you and they happen to be gay, I'm pretty sure a part of you wouldn't give a fuck about that because that person saved your life. Are you now going to feel some type of way because a gay person saved your life? Once again, look at what he was doing. But see, once again, that don't matter at all because why, y'all? Why is it that John Kent in this new issue of Superman coming up and the series of this issue, him doing all these wonderful righteous things, do you see how funny that now all of a sudden everything is just completely just, that doesn't make any sense. We don't care about all he did because he's LGBT. Now that he's gay, all of a sudden that how can gay, he's gay, so how can gay people be righteous? Because my daddy told me, according to Lance, since your dad used to drive around Christopher Street and had a business that involved people in Christopher Street, my daddy told me that these individuals cannot be righteous. My daddy told me that these individuals can't do the right thing. These individuals, my father told me that these individuals do not have a moral compass. My father told me that these individuals are sexual deviants. My father told me, well, there's a clip from Matilda, and I'm just going to say this, and this might be my ego speaking. Actually, it is my ego speaking. There was a clip from Matilda. Shout out to the motherfuckers who watched Matilda, where they're all out in front of the school, and this is the first time that we as the viewers, I think I'm going to watch that later on tonight, bitch, eat half of this edible and watch Matilda, bitch, my childhood, where we got introduced to Miss Trunchbull, bitch. Y'all remember Miss Trunchbull? And wasn't she a lesbian? Wasn't she a big butch lesbian? Pick up cars and shit, shot putting shit. And there was a little girl with pigtails. And she walked up to the little girl with pigtails and said, "Who told you it was okay to wear pigtails?" And she said, "Well, my mommy thinks they're sweet." And in the words of Miss Trunchbull, your mommy is a twit. And I'm sorry, Lance, not trying to denigrate, but this is just my ego coming up, and I can admit it. In reference to LGBT+, your father was a twit when it comes to LGBT education and knowledge. I want you to know that. And I want you to understand that that twitness has trickled out into you, sir. To where instead of dealing with shit where it is now, you keep going back to the past, which shows me that you still have some level of self-love and work of self-love to do within yourself. Because you're talking about these things from the fear-based narrative of your father. So because you're still looking at the things from the fear narrative based from what your father told you, and the negative experience that you may have seen or heard from other people who are ignorant, now you're creating a very ignorant future. Now, here's the funny part about spirituality and metaphysics. Just like love is transformative and powerful and manifests things too, on the opposite end of it, fear is as well. And fear happens to manifest things a lot faster because a lot of us give too much energy to fear because we don't know how to be free and actually love ourselves. So you're sitting here low-key manifesting this fear reality. And whenever you see small things happen, you keep feeding into that fear, as opposed to saying, you know what, let me educate myself. Let me get some LGBT people up on the platform, and let me see if I can hear what they say. What's their perspective as LGBT people? Because if that's the goddamn case, then we can't be mad as Black people if a group of white people get around and talk about their issues with Blackness. Because someone told them this, or they read a book, or one of their friends told them something about Blackness, so it must be true. Y'all motherfuckers is gonna have to actually sit down and get to know people. Y'all gonna have to actually sit down and have a conversation with people and get to know the contents of their character, as opposed to this ignorant ass fucking label, and then have the nerve to turn around and get mad at white people who do the exact same thing. Girl, make it make sense, please. I'm gonna look at this comment section. That was New Edition. Yeah, New Edition. I think I said New Edition. I hope I did. It really made me feel some type of way at first because people were going off on me and I was ashamed. Okay, that's one thing. Once again, a person of the community standing up for themselves, and you see what happens. You see what happens. Okay, but then after seeing two gay men who agreed with him, I was really amazed. I know what you mean by the last part. Made the right choice. I don't know what you mean by that last part, Aries. If we don't get reparations when we had a Black president, we won't get them ever. Let me tell you something. Spiritually, there is something that's going to happen. That's why I say love yourself. That's why I teach and practice self-love. Because if you don't love yourself going forward, especially where we're going spiritually in reference to the age of Aquarius, you're going to be fucked up. And all the people who lied, all the people who did things in a negative way, in a very egoic, narcissistic way, they about to get that boomerang of karma coming back. And when spirit enters the chat, when spirit gets behind it, oh baby, you can't stop it. You're gonna have to ride that shit out. So a lot of people about to be really fucked up. At this point, they're gonna be like, what the? And here's the funny thing: white people will sit here and spend all this money and give all this money and shit and food to animals and shit, but can't give it to Black people. Girl, make it make sense. Let me see. Twine. What is this behind closed doors? Did he accidentally enter into an orgy party or something? He can't hear how insulting that sounds. He wants us back in the closet, and we're not. We're not going back in the closet. What are you talking about? The closet door is gone. We done took the hinges off because once again, we're thinking about the individuals who came behind us. Because the ones before us had to fight so that even me, I can walk in my truth. And our job is to make it better for those behind us, correct? Isn't that the purpose? He broke out the pedophilia. It's getting spicy. Oh, yeah, it's getting spicy. We must laugh at this at the nonsense to fight the depression. This is when I stopped listening to them. I think our people have made up their minds on us. Well, guess what? And if they did, God be with them. Because at this point now, spiritually, they need us. Gay people are creative. Gay people are innovative. I mean, look at what we've done in the church as far as keeping the church together. Gay people are implementive in this world. But see, there are gay people who still hold on to their blackness and understand what's going on and contributed to blackness. One of them being Bayard Rustin. I know people get mad when you bring him up, but he's a part of history. It's a part of fact. And if you actually watch the documentary on Bayard Rustin, you will see there was a point in time where his sexuality was going to get out and they were going to use it against Martin Luther King to say that Martin Luther King was also involved in what they called at the time gay behavior. So they had to let go of Bayard Rustin. But when they realized that couldn't nobody organize, strategize, and do it like Bayard Rustin, they had to swallow, I ain't gonna say swallow their pride. They had to swallow their guilt. They had to swallow their shame because of the label of homosexuality. And because Bayard was also willing to walk in his duality of being black and gay, was able to organize the March on Washington for Martin Luther King to even give his iconic I Have a Dream speech. They tried to find somebody else that could do it like Bayard, and couldn't nobody do it like Bayard. This is factual from motherfuckers who actually worked with Bayard Rustin. Bitch, the gays are here and y'all gonna have to be mad, girl. Because we're not going back in the closet, girl. There's no door. The closet is made for clothes. And if you hoes can't deal with it, then that seems like a personal problem. Good night, Bubs. How are you? My question is, when were comic books for children? There's an issue of Superman where he is putting his whole entire fist in the chest of Joker. Exactly. I mean, we've seen a lot of dark turns in it. I mean, I just literally watched Suicide Squad, the newest one, a few days ago, and that was very violent. Motherfuckers' heads blown off. You see guts and shit, blood and shit. We done seen dicks and shit. We done seen ass cheeks and shit. We done seen John Cena in his underwear. We done seen all type of shit. So once again, like, and then on top of that, how many grown ass men go to the movie theaters to watch these Marvel, DC movies and shows? It don't just be children there. It be grown ass men who are reliving their childhood because they loved Captain America. They loved Iron Man. They loved Superman. They loved all these influential people. These motherfuckers are reaching.
Displaying in the comic book to really affect the children and bring.
I'm gonna let y'all hear this. I'm about to grab something to eat, y'all, because I tried to make it wait. So if you're gonna listen, I'll come back. Y'all still listen to what he's saying and leave y'all thoughts in the comments so I can read them. I'll be right back.
It should be him protesting against the deportation of refugees. If there was a real Superman that was righteous, first of all, he wouldn't be white. He'd have a tinge of little racism in him. He wouldn't care. That's fantasy. See? But still, it's a good thing to show him protesting against the deportation of refugees. But if there was a real Superman in this world, he would be controlled. Trust me, they try their best to get rid of him. Also stopping a high school shooting. That's contemporary because high school shootings are something that's very much a concern in this day and age. And for some reason, there haven't been much since this COVID thing came around and trying to put out wildfires that were the cause of the climate crisis. That's a good thing. So what business is it of the world? We should learn to have some coof about ourselves. We should learn to have some decency about ourselves. But yet and still, you put up videos and we have the fools out there who want to shake their backsides and the brothers want to call our sisters bitches. And you get mad when I go across the board, not you who are here as my family, but when I go across the board and speak about this. Lil Nas X in a pink jumpsuit in a daggone prison, twerking, black men twerking, put out there for the world to see. Now Superman's son, right? Out here kissing a man. Why is there a push for this? Why is it important across the board? It is not important. I know a lot of gay men. I know a lot of bisexual men. And a lot of them are not swinging like that, pushing these stuff all out in the street. And you have some who are. And the majority of those who have told me and let me know what they do behind closed doors, they don't go for that graphic display. A lot of them are conservative. And other than that, they want the same thing. They want a good job, good health care, a good place to live. Their whole prime thing is not pushing this one thing. I'm a straight man, but I'm a freaky straight man. I don't put my, oh yes I do on our adult shows, I speak about crazy things, but that's by invite only, the inner circle only, because of the people who are here, who have an expanded mindset like I do. But I don't push that. That's not important for the children to see. So what seeds are you planting? Okay, now the article goes very long in the detail of what they want to put out there. So I'm gonna show my face again. I'm gonna rap a little bit, and again, this is not gonna be too long. I just wanted to get this out here. Let me get back over here and whatever. Here we go. Here we go. I'm wrong for saying something now, ain't I? You can't say anything. And like they wanted to cancel Dave Chappelle's latest special, the closer or the closer, whatever they say, because he may have insulted some people who are LGBTQ, right? Why are they so sensitive? Why can't you say anything? The comedian's job is to push the envelope and say things that are funny that other people may be not afraid to say, but they can't say it because this is a politically correct society. But you got more decadence going on behind closed doors, more twisted things going on, but yet on the outside, we're supposed to be zombies and just like a cookie cutter people and not say anything. But people are doing things. So what am I for saying something or expressing my opinion against the person who's doing something, right? Now, that may not be my lifestyle. I'm not going to knock what you do, but do what you do behind closed doors. Comic books? This is a definite Pearl Harbor attack on the subconscious minds of our children, right? So you need to explain. You might have a son that grows up to be that, but explain what it is. And don't let them put so much importance on this. It is not important. What's important is being able to navigate these shark-infested waters in this world right now, to get through this thing, unscathed, to get through this thing maintaining your sanity. This is not doing anything. Two white men kissing, well, this is what they do anyway. So I'm not gonna get mad at them, but don't throw no brother in there, even though we know that we have brothers out here who do all kind of things. JD the Great, let me put this up. You wrote a lot, and I always try to, yes, they're trying to legalize pedophilia.
Oh, wow.
One of the main problems is that strong black men and women are not vocal enough. We have to fight this. If not, we are doomed.
Y'all gonna be doomed by your own ignorance. Even though I don't I don't subscribe to organized religion, I still believe that there is some truth when it comes to anything. Because God is in everything if you know how to look for it. It's a scripture that says, my people perish by the lack of knowledge. Now, you just sat up here, sir, and said, I don't know much about it. So you just admitted how ignorant you are. So once again, without educating yourself, everything you say going forward until you educate yourself is ignorant. Now, if you're okay with being ignorant, that's okay on you. Understand there's going to be people who are going to challenge your ignorant ass and then also leave videos up for other people to see so that they can think for themselves. But you're speaking from a place of ignorance. You just willingly admitted that you don't know about it. Like I said, have some people on the panel, on the platform to have the conversation. And the reason why I'm addressing your videos, Lance, is because you are about community. And I'm very, very happy that you are about community and you have a big following. But at the same time, if we're talking about community and blackness, you need to involve all the different intersectionalities of blackness. And that includes LGBT as well. What'd you say? What about the children when they see female heroes and villains dressed with little to less clothing? But see, once again, that this is about a patriarchal thing. Even with white supremacy, it's about patriarchy. It's about the man. And especially in blackness, because we're still healing, the black man is still trying to find his identity. So instead of loving himself, so he can find his own God within him and then help unlock that God in other people, he's going to have other type of representations for it until he has the mental fortitude to actually come into realization of who he is. So whenever they see anything that is feminine, and gay to them seems feminine because it seems like it's weak and all that shit. And I mean, any motherfucker that can walk out in the middle of the broad daylight living their best life, knowing motherfuckers going to talk about them, demonize them, ostracize them, and possibly hurt them, that seems like a strong-ass motherfucker. That seems like a strong individual who, in the midst of adversity, can still rise to the occasion. That's some powerful shit. Like I said, I want y'all to pay attention to the words that he's saying, the verbiage that he's saying in reference to LGBT, and how it's always a negative, fear-based thing. But I guarantee when we have the conversation about black heterosexual men and what the fuck they're doing to the community, there's, oh, well, that's not me. I don't do that. Well, I'm a good father. Okay, well, if you're a good father and all that bullshit, despite the representation of blackness and black men in the media, then why can't that same grace and mercy be given to LGBT people? Come on, y'all. Make it make sense.
So you're right, brother. And thank you so much. And I said, brother, I don't know whether you're brother. I'm assuming you're a brother, right? But thank you so much for the love shown and the donation to the platform. And I'm not afraid to say whatever I have to say. And they're going to try to strike this video or say something. But am I not right? Have the right to speak my mind?
You can speak your mind.
I know this is not my platform. I don't own YouTube. YouTube does what they want to do.
Right.
They censor you the way they want to censor you, or shadow ban you where your stuff doesn't go out. They might not even say anything. They'll say, listen, they'll never find this video in the sidebar. They'll never find this video in the suggested videos. So this is why I asked.
Well, Aries found yours. Because I wouldn't even be doing this video tonight if it had not been for Aries. Because Aries was the one that found this video. Then came on your video to respond to what you were saying. So it did come up in the suggested videos. Trust me, a lot of people who are homophobic and transphobic and all this damn phobic shit, they should get out too, because the people support them. People can come to the Lance Scurv show and see your whole catalog of what you talked about. So it's not a fact of censoring your stuff. It's the fact of you want to be able to get on here and say what you want to say without being challenged. As a gay man, I grew up being challenged all my life. And now that I know who I am, I'm challenging other hoes too. Because if we're going to challenge each other, let's challenge each other for the better. Not out of a place of ignorance, not out of a place of insecurity. Let's do it the right way if we're going to do it the right way, right? Amen.
Just take the booger finger that you use it, wipe your nose, and click that button for the like. No matter what you do. Now, I know there's some people here who are not going to do that. I'm not liking him. Give it a thumbs down. Well, thanks for your viewership because you're here. Yeah. You showed that your presence was here.
Yeah.
And it's always going to be more thumbs up than thumbs down, so you ain't hurting nobody. I'm not going to be.
You see how the fear is speaking out?
We got
the insecurity. There's going to be more thumbs up.
We got black girls, black babies missing. Black boys missing by the thousands. What about what happened in Washington not too long ago? All all these thousands and thousands of black women, girls taken. And I feel it's for sex trafficking and organ harvesting, but nobody wants to talk about that.
I agree.
We're supposed to talk about Superman.
I agree.
Kissing, and he's bisexual. Right.
Meanwhile, you're the one up here having the conversation about Superman being bisexual. Why you ain't focusing on the other shit that's more important, right? Why you arguing down a damn comic book then? If that's the case, your platform that was created for community, why are you not doing that? Why are you sitting here getting hot and bothered, got to take a damn towel and wipe yourself, pat yourself down, getting hot and bothered over this picture of John Kent kissing another man? And on top of that, they white, not even black. So why is you getting hot and sweating and perspiring? I was going to say something, but I'm not, because once again, I ain't trying to be egoic. I'm trying to have a righteous conversation, but that shady side want to come out. You do. Because I don't even get that hot over niggas. You got to do some shit to get me sweating and turned on like that.
Being bisexual. So he's going to have a condom in his utility belt now? Oh, sorry, Batman. I see a nice, cute guy over there. I got to get busy. I'll be back. Okay, Robin, hit me off when you get back.
Wow.
Is that all that's important?
But Western Name said in the comment section that Superman was eating the fuck out of Western Name pussy. Was it? Who pussy was getting ate? Who's getting ate?
Give them as much as they can handle.
Where's it at?
A little more, because they're more durable than we think they are.
Where's it at? Where's the pussy eating?
They are a lot wiser. They have access.
Batman eating cooch.
Right? So give it to them, because you know what? The schoolyard's not gonna hold back.
Batman eating pussy out, bitch. Knocking the dust and the bats out of that fucking cave, bitch. All up in it. The bat cave. Is that what he calls women's vagina? He's forever living in the bat cave. Roki said that goddamn Superman and Lois Lane had to motherfucking go to Sleep Number store every week. Excuse me. I know the salesperson at Sleep Number, bitch, getting that residual, okay? Getting them bonus checks, bitch. Be happy as hell when Superman come in. You know the bed? I was waiting on you, Superman, right here. Let's see how this one lasts. They buying beds every fucking week. But because, see, and once again, y'all focus on the sexual aspect. Is he going to be sucking dick? Is he going to be? No, they clearly told you what the fuck he going to do in the fucking comics. He going to fight immigration as far as the discrimination with immigration. Okay? He's going to stop forest fires like the bear, nigga. Only you can prevent forest fires. I forgot the other thing that he was going to do. But he already told you what the synopsis of this is. Why are you sitting here stressing yourself out? Why are you over here getting your blood pressure high? Why are you over here sweating and shit? Why are you having all this happen with all this imaginary narratives about John Kent when the fucking issue hasn't even come out? And they told you exactly what the hell is going to happen on these issues. Okay, I got to really stop because, bitch, we 2 hours and I'm only 32 minutes in.
The people at school ain't going to hold back.
I'm going to let him talk and I'm going to eat.
Teachers now are forced to push these agendas on the minds of our children.
Wow.
Like when you first put down concrete and it's nice and smooth. They don't want to see it nice and smooth. They want to put their hands in the bad boy. They want to mess it up. They want to come at your black child. Let me just focus on our black children all over the world. Again, why are they pushing here in Ghana? They gave them a little spot. There was a little, no, the government didn't do it. They had this little spot where they gather. They have a little town here that's the majority gay.
Right.
And bisexual.
Right.
And I'm going to take my camera and I'm going over there and we're going to see the real deal.
Show us. Please show us.
I'm not going to ridicule nobody. I want to see how they feel about what's going on.
Yeah.
And I ain't pushing it. I just want to find the real deal on what CNN, Fox, and all these other BBC and these platforms will or will not tell. Because you got to understand, with the media, they work together with the government and the governments of the world.
That's true.
All these different factions, the education system. You know that.
Right.
Y'all know that. the entertainment industry, right? The medical field, the politics,
right?
All of this stuff, they work together. And if each one does a little something to nudge you a certain way, to make all types of stuff like this fair seeming, and it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to talk no Bible talk, right? But whatever you know to be righteous and right in your heart, you hear that voice like, this ain't right. If you keep avoiding that voice and not listen to what you're born with as far as that righteous guide.
Wow.
I'm not talking about
well, you ain't really had no righteous guide. You had your father. You said your father told you this stuff. See, the righteous guy would have told you, you know what? Let me get to know this person. Don't mean I'm gonna become gay, because you know what you like. If you know for a fact that you are a heterosexual man that likes vagina, that likes titties, that likes cisgendered females, and all that comes with that, why do you feel intimidated or feel some type of way in the presence of an LGBT person? And why do LGBT people have to, in a sense, quote unquote, censor themselves because you feel uncomfortable? But then when LGBT people was living in the closet, y'all still made us feel uncomfortable. And we was doing what the fuck y'all wanted us to do. Y'all gotta make this make sense, bro, because this ain't it.
Okay, let me see. I got a text here. Let me see who this is. How's my sound doing, everybody? While I look at it. I don't know if this Michael Hamer or not, but we're gonna record something tonight. Okay. No, that's the wrong one. Okay. Okay, they're messing with my volume. Let me put these headphones on. I think it's because I'm speaking sideways into the thanks so much. Let me put these on. All right, let me see. They're messing with the volume, huh?
You sounded perfectly fine.
Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Sounds great, JD. Thank you so much.
Ben sounded
I hate
great.
these old hot headphones in my head. Makes my head look big. It's already big. But we'll keep rolling. Let me know if the sound is messed up. I have an eye on the chat room now, but when I'm talking, I kind of not look at it because it kind of distracts me a little bit. I know I have much more to say on this. Maybe I will when it sinks in a little more. But let's keep tally of what they're putting out there for us, and they're going after the children. But like I said before, okay, they keep cutting me off. All right, let me see something. Well, you know what? Let them cut me off, because I'll record and I'll come back again tomorrow with something that's already recorded. So they just have to have fun like that. I'm going to get closer up to the mic. And, you know, some people say that it's good. Some people say it's bad. But you know what? Like a stiff jab, they're trying to throw you off from your momentum. And I ain't going to do that. You know, I keep coming no matter what. Right. Let me just clear the screen. But again, thank you, JD the Great.
But then when John Clint wants to come, it's a problem.
Put something here, down here. But it's amazing. And then people say there's no agenda. Okay. I remember, okay. Oh, it's okay now, because I'm right in front of, this is a very sensitive mic. If I talk this way, it may cut off. If I talk this way, because everything has to be
still
right
hear
here,
you,
right
nigga. Come on.
Your dad may have to be kissing this mic. Almost the way homeboy back there, but you know, I don't get down like that.
Do you hear the insecurity?
American Man Boy Lover Association.
Do you hear the insecurity? Now he about to talk about the Man National Boy Lover Association. Okay.
The North American Man Boy Love Association. It sounds like something made up, but this is an organization, right? And I should just reach over and say, Amber. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Okay. What I'm gonna do? They got a Wikipedia page.
You don't believe Wikipedia?
Wikipedia page. They say
Wikipedia not even a really good source to use, because that can be edited.
I'm famous enough. You haven't contributed enough to okay, that's Wikipedia. Now we're gonna go to the next one. Okay. Current features. And this is from your site. Copy link address. Take your time and go in when you want. And just Google that. See? Now, how did I discover the North American Man Boy Love Association? Right. So wait a second. The North American Man Boy Love Association. I found out about it. I was in Times Square, 42nd Street and 8th Avenue, hanging out with some friends of mine. Alex Little, yes, yes. Man Boy Love Association. Okay, right. Man Boy, yeah, exactly, man. But thanks for the correction. You know, you're right. That's not okay. That's right, Alex Little. Everybody go to her channel and subscribe. A beautiful sister with some great music, and she's about our life. What we talk about here and the way we're talking now, she's about that. So you need to drive the numbers of subscribers up. That's Alex Little, right?
Right.
Here she go right here. That's her right here, Alex Little. Support her. Go to the videos and click on the ads and click on make the numbers go up. Right? Yeah, so I had to take a leak. We were heading back home. Nobody was driving. I was about 15 years old. And so I ran up in the doorway that was sunken in. It already smelled like urine. So, hey, I'm taking a leak, looking behind me. And as I was finishing, I looked right ahead of me and saw this thing, North American Man Boy Love Association. And it didn't hit me because I was tired of it. I said, wait a second. North American? There must be chapters all over the world. I wasn't a dumb kid. North American Man Boy. I said, no. See, I knew about pedophilia from back then. I was well taught about it. Right?
For your father, of course.
But Man Boy, I said, no, this has got to be like maybe some type of association where fathers are taught how to deal with their sons better. I don't know. I was thinking something wholesome, but it wasn't. And then a few weeks later, they have an alternative newspaper in New York City. They still have it there now, I believe, called The Village Voice. And The Village Voice talked about every single thing. I mean, in life, if it was happening and they cursed in there, they had sex ads in the back. I'm looking at everything. I'm like, this is a cool paper. They tell the real deal. So I saw an article on the North American Man Boy Love Association. See, we didn't have Google back then to say, let me Google this thing.
Right.
We didn't have access to that kind of information so fast.
Right.
So I said, that's what was on the sign there. And they said headquarters, and it was steps to go up. It's a big building. So I'm like, and that had its own door. It wasn't like you walk into this big lobby and hit the 6th floor and go up to, no, this was some secretive stuff. Again, I loved architecture, and I could tell a lot about inside a structure just from the outside. At 15,
what happened?
And I wasn't stupid. So I found out that this was, there were people who were protesting this thing. There are people who were in favor of it, but they responded in a very anonymous way. North American Man Boy Love Association. Wow. This was back in the 70s. This was 78. And they were down there in Times Square. You know the rents are high. Even back then for that time, why down there? And if they had a building erected or a space or office space, they were getting money.
Right.
Somebody had to pay for the rent. So I'm like, this is something deep. Yes, Alex Little, anytime. You know your family here. You know your family here. And we love and support you all the time. We always love and support on our own. But I thought about it. And they were saying how they were chapters all over the world. They had articles. As I got older, when they were on the website, and I went on the website, it's somebody else's house. I told myself, I'm going on the site. I don't want nobody thinking I'm going on some pedophile thing. So I went on there and I saw these in-depth articles, but all supporting this man boy love. There was even a dude, a young man, 14 years old, in a relationship with a man in his 40s. Wow. Speaking about how it changed his life. Wow. Speaking about how he was abandoned by his parents and how his friends alienated him because he was different. And he ran into this man who loved him, took him in, even though it may have been against the law and not according to like maybe him adopting him, and changed his life with his love. His love. My mother, my father, they love me, present tense. They've transitioned, but wherever they are beyond my comprehension, they love me and I love them. Death, transition, whatever you want to call it, ascension, doesn't stop the love bond. Exactly. That's bigger than what we can see. Right. But when you tell me an obviously gay man who likes young boys showed you love because you couldn't support yourself, so he fed you, he provided a roof over your head, and took care of you that way. But what was the price? What did you have to do? if you went in that man's house and he came around and he knew you had inclinations at a young age, right? He knew he wouldn't have took you in if you were straight. So he had a plan. He had an agenda.
Wow. Okay.
And people say they have no agendas. You got an organization for pedophiles from back in the 70s, which meant it could have been there from the 60s.
Okay, let's deal with this. Let's talk about this man-boy love association thing. Are there some individuals in the community who are dealing with such levels of hurt and pain and have had situations of power and dominance in a perverse way happen to them to where they're doing it to other people? They're preying on younger people. Yes, that is true. Once again, trying to make pedophilia just an exclusively gay thing is where it is farce. It is not true. Now, that situation is factual as far as what that thing is. But let me ask you this. Okay, let me put it this way, because I'm trying to find the right way to say it. What do you think would have happened if the parents would have learned to educate themselves so that the child wouldn't be out on the street in order for him to be targeted? So you're talking about, he's talking about the article you read where this guy, this boy said, his love transformed me and changed me. Then where was the love of the parents? Where was that love at? Maybe if the parents learned to educate themselves, then the child will not be in the street. Therefore, the child will not be in that situation that they're in now. And once again, when these people do these things and they do it in a predatory way, understand energetically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and metaphysically, they're operating out of a place where they've had power used over them in a perverted way. And now they're using that over somebody else to make them feel powerful. And once again, these people didn't have resources around to help them with their issues and their thoughts. Because once again, when you're being told you're perverted, you're nasty, you're this and you're that, and you don't have any representation that helps you balance that out so that you can live in a healthy type of way, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, there gets to a point to where some people are going to believe it, who are going to go all the way to the dark side and hurt people. Because once again, when you deal with pedophilia and molestation, it comes from a place of a power struggle here. You have somebody who is older, more powerful, and they're implementing their power over them in a very destructive and twisted and perverted way, which then therefore they turn around and do it. R. Kelly has done it to multiple women, and he's straight. He's straight. What's the nigga name? I forgot his name. They had a documentary about him on Netflix. Was a billionaire, heterosexual. Harvey Weinstein, heterosexual. Y'all are really reaching. Y'all are really reaching for things that are not there. And y'all trying so hard, praying to God that this shit actually happens so that you can be validated, as opposed to loving your damn self and validating yourself. What about why are we not having a conversation with the parents? Why do you think that you should kick your 14-year-old child out? Why is the child that you helped create, that y'all laid down and fucked to have, why didn't y'all give that same love to the child? Oh, because of the LGBT label, which therefore brings forth all of the negative stereotypes that society at that time believed, because they was fucking ignorant, because they didn't have the information. They didn't have the knowledge. Now we live in a technical, a technology age, the age of technology, to where now there's information literally at your fingertips. There is no reason for anybody to be ignorant anymore unless they choose to be. And I'm going to let y'all know what it looks like when you choose to be ignorant. Let's continue to hear it.
But even if it wasn't, those who had that office building They've been around. They didn't just come into being. Like, they weren't like, oh, we just turned 18, let's make this. No. These had to be dudes who are seriously in this, who most likely are dead and gone. But now, in the information age, now where you can go on Google and Yahoo and MSN, BC, or whatever, and search DuckDuckGo, that's what they'd have to do if I found them around me and in mine. They'd have to duck and run. And they ain't ducking, they ducking because I'm trying to smash them. Always talking about bashing. So what? You supposed to let the next man mess with your son? Or
no, we're not saying that. We're not saying that. Whether it's a gay man, whether it's a straight man, whether it's a bisexual man, whether it's a straight woman, whether it's a bisexual woman, whether it's a lesbian woman, whether it's a trans man or a trans woman. When it comes to that, if employing your power over somebody, once again, in a sick, twisted, perverted way, that is an issue. When you push yourself up against anybody and they tell you no, and you tell them to be quiet, that is destroying them. That I'm not with. I am against that as well. Because if somebody tried to touch my goddamn child in an inappropriate way, I don't give a fuck. I'm beating ass too. Nobody's saying that that's okay. The issue is that you're trying to sit here and to create this broad generalization to say that that is what all gay people are doing or what this agenda is about. That's the issue and problem that I have.
Next old man mess with your little girl? This is, oh, they have rights. I can't do that. You touch one of my children or any child that's around me on my watch, then get the handcuffs.
I agree.
Because
my children gonna know how to defend themselves. My child, when I pull up, that nigga gonna be on the ground because my kids gonna be hitting motherfuckers in their nuts, all that.
Well, you pushing on the kids. That's not cool. Because what happens if some child who may not have his concrete mold set can be manipulated by an older person for their own twisted desires that are hellbound because this child saw this, so it can't be bad. Superman is bisexual, so it can't be that bad.
Wow.
You can't get away from it now. And it's only to get it to kids, because if you get in to the minds of the kids, you'll go against that song from back in the day. I believe the children are a future. Show them comic porn and pedophile material.
Wow.
20 years from now, they'll be all mixed up.
Wow. Wow. And here it is. I am a whole gay man, grew up in the 90s. Wasn't a lot of gay representation. I've seen heterosexual TV shows. I've read comic books where there were heterosexual love interests. Okay. My mother and father in my life, even to this very day, since conception all the way up to now, I've seen them hold hands. I've seen them kiss. There were a few times I heard them do the nasty where I wanted to blow my own eardrums out. Had all that stuff happen. Went to cousin's house, nephew's, niece's house, all heterosexual. Didn't really know what homosexual was until I heard somebody call me the F word. Then I did my research and saw how the world treated people like myself, because that resonated with me. Grew up in a heterosexual household, though. Nothing but heterosexual representation. Nothing but straight. Nothing but male and female. Man and woman. And this was in the 90s. And we're talking about representation. Where was the gay representation during your era, sir, when you talking about the 60s and 70s? So much that children had such a immediate access to it. Was there still not LGBT people during that time? Like, y'all are literally over here having a whole conniption about something that is not new under the sun. And then because y'all choose not to ignore it, y'all believe all the negative things that have been told to you by other people. But once again, with representation, now LGBT people get to tell their own stories that actually happened to them. Because just because you don't see LGBT as a whole person does not mean that LGBT people are a whole person.
Like I said, there's no life up in no next man's ass.
But there is a P spot. There is a P spot. And if you hit that motherfucker the right way, baby, it'll be like you create new life. And then on top of that, gay men can still have children. Lesbian women can still have children. There are other alternatives that can still produce life and bring life into this world. Y'all, Lord, I'm gonna have to roll up. I'm gonna have to roll up or something.
There's no life up in there. You do what you want to do. But
right?
Don't push that as something that brings life. It doesn't bring life.
Wow.
It's not love. It's lust.
It's
out of
not.
Control.
It's so. Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, now my ego about to really get involved. So you just said that when it comes to, and this is the real answer. Like when I ask the question of what the fear is, I feel like we're getting close to it now because now you saying some shit you really want to say. You're not being politically correct. You being real Lance, and that's what I'm gonna need is the real Lance, so we can deal with the real Lance. You just sat up here and said that LGBT people, primarily gay men, right, do not have the emotional, mental, spiritual capacity to receive love in a righteous way. And that what our love that we share, you consider it to be lust out of control. Meanwhile, you turn on the Maury Povich show and you dealing with a motherfucking woman who got 6, 7 kids and don't know who the daddy is. But the gays are lust out of control. You have single mothers having to do what the fuck they gotta do. But the heteros, but the gays are lustful and out of control. So for this nigga to go around and have different hoes and different area codes, for this hoe to go out and spread his seed among the world, as opposed to connecting to one queen and creating that black nuclear family that you so much talk about that is so being destroyed and being targeted. But y'all can do that and it's not lust, it's love. But for us, it's some dysfunctional form of love. This is the ignorance that I'm talking about. This is somebody who has not done his thorough research. He's just speaking about what the hell his daddy said. My father told me, my father told me, my father told me. Well, your father don't know everything. And he didn't know nothing about LGBT. And clearly you don't either. So if you're really about community, once again, we can have these real ass conversations, or you can continue to keep saying your shit and have people like myself continue to give their commentary to help balance it out so that we can find the gray area, so that people that are watching this can actually learn and listen. Because y'all don't know what you're talking about. Y'all looking at it through an ignorant viewpoint and a lens that makes no absolute sense. And if ignorant people want to be ignorant, God bless the ignorant.
It's a twisted, it's not the kind of way I might feel lust. Lust ain't really right anyway, out of control. Lust is like salt or condiments on your food. You take a little bit and you'll commit a relationship and sprinkle it around.
What?
It jumpstarts a little desire.
Please, y'all motherfuckers eating shit that's high blood pressure and shit. Got to take all type of pills and shit. All type of shit. Y'all talking about black people don't pay attention to sugar. Y'all on goddamn medications and still fucking up some goddamn shit.
Not all out in the street, everybody can see whatever have you. But even still, it's different. I don't even want to call it lust because it sounds too similar to what some of us feel on a hetero level.
Bitch, hold on, y'all.
Still
let me pause. Hold on. I gotta grab something, bitch. I gotta get this joint. I gotta smoke something. Hold on. Cause now my motherfucking blood pressure getting up. Y'all hold on 1 second. I'm coming, y'all. Hold on. I got me one right here. Because we going to finish this shit out. Because I'm about to roll up. Here we go.
Have to have morale.
Wow.
We still have to have couth. We still have to know where to draw the line.
Wow.
Just because our male impulses let us see the female form, don't mean we're going to try to talk to her and jump on everybody.
You a damn lie. You know how many niggas in New York right now, I've heard stories from people, seen videos of women walking down the street. Hey, yo, man, what's up? What's up, man? Damn, that ass fat, man. All that shit. Now let her not give in to their shit. Now all of a sudden, the woman who was fine as hell, the mod had a fat ass, is now a bitch now because she didn't want to throw her pussy at him. Do you see the double standard? Do you see the lines of division? Do you see the superiority that people want to have? Now you want to sit up here and equate and say that gay men, LGBT people cannot love each other? It's just lust out of control. Meanwhile, we see what the fuck lust out of control is because y'all got a whole bunch of black women out here being single mothers, having to raise the children by themselves, and y'all can't do nothing. Then get mad when she hits your ass up for child support. See, you want to be able to stick your dick in whatever you want to and not hold any accountability for it. But that's not lust out of control. He said on the hetero level, he believes we're beneath them. Oh, that's funny. And that goes back to what I said earlier. Are you about community, which means equality, or are you about superiority? Because if you're about superiority, you're no good. I ain't talking about you, but I'm just talking about if a person wants to be on a level of superiority, then you're not any better than white supremacy. Because supremacy comes from a place of insecurity, because now I have to have something to stand on. I have to have something to look down on so that I can feel highly about myself. And guess what? Especially in this age going forward spiritually, the motherfuckers who think that way and use other people to stand upon and look down on them, those gonna be the motherfuckers that's gonna fall first and fall hard. Y'all keep watching.
You might feel that thing.
Let me hit this motherfucking joint, bitch.
But it's what you do in reaction to it.
Right. What's going on?
We need to show love to our sisters that's righteous, not for the motivation of jumping between her legs. That's no good either. You see what she got.
Respect people. Respect them.
You hit it off with her. She might be looking at you a certain way, but you hold that back. You stay in control.
Yes, I agree.
It's supposed to be.
I agree, because let me tell you something. You know how many motherfucking niggas been trying to fuck me? How many times I've been around niggas and niggas just get naked in front of me? How many times niggas done did all type of shit and I could have smashed, but I chose not to. You know why? Because I wanted to get to know them. Now I'm getting to an age to where it's like, bitch, I spent the majority of my 20s being calm and control. And I'm still in control, but goddamn it, I do want to be able to knock some damn boots. And I'm going to do so, but still in a respectful manner. You're talking as if though all heterosexual men are just these pumped, poised, just, oh, we're just wonderful and we just love the black woman and we just love this and love that. But when you look at the reality though, fuck the media. Fuck the media. Fuck the music videos. Fuck the movies. Fuck the interview. Fuck the shit on media. When you walk outside your door, I live in the hood. I live in Detroit. Where is this overwhelming sense of homosexuality that's so terrifying and scary? And shout out to the people that's still here, because I know I'll be like, really, you still here listening to this shit? You goddamn right. Because somebody got to do it. Somebody got to be able to have these nuanced conversations that people are afraid to have. Because as long as we continue to be quiet and not say anything, is when we continue to allow this type of mindset to happen. And bitch, I'm going to live my life. If I'm with my significant other, bitch, and we somewhere in a public place and it feels heavy on my heart to be romantic because I love my partner and I want to be able to get it going on after when I get back to the hotel room and back to the house, because I'm a human being, which means I have sexual needs just like everybody else. I'll be damned if I'm not going to hold his hand because of what the fuck some other niggas going to say. Niggas going to have to motherfucking talk, but that's all they better do. Because, bitch, you overstepped that line from verbal to physical, bitch. Your family going to be motherfucking doing a balloon release on your behalf. Your motherfucking family going to be having your ass on a t-shirt. Your motherfucking auntie gonna have to be buying your mom gonna have to be buying motherfucking food stamps from your auntie $100 to make these fish plates to sell at the church to pay for Western name funeral, bitch. You gonna have to motherfucking talk to your cousin and try to figure out how to set up this GoFundMe page. And see, once again, it's my existence. Just me being there bothers you. If my existence bothers you, that says something about you. And whole ass niggas is not finna sit up here and bleed out their insecurity on other people. Y'all just gonna have to be mad and be challenged. It is what it is. We talking about community. We really get into community. But if you want superiority, bitch, we're gonna expose the superiority.
Let it all hang out. And hopefully out of that, life is spawned. But this thing here, this is dead end.
But yet, when the life come out, you see, y'all worry about the life when it's coming in, but y'all don't worry about the life when it's coming out, though. Because that same child that you came together and you procreated with this woman and you just loved her and this wonderful and whoopty-whoopty-woo, not knowing that you could be giving birth to a gay child, not knowing that there is a gay experience, an LGBT experience that has now inhabited your child since conception. Because once again, it is the unique divine expression of God in all type of ways. Just because you can't see the God in it does not mean that the God doesn't exist. It just means that there are some people who have the mental and spiritual fortitude to see the God. And the only way to see the God is through love. Because I'm going to tell you what love is. Love is the love that my parents gave me. Yes, knowing that their son is LGBT. Knowing that their daughter is part of the LGBT. Both my parents got gay children. But did it stop the love? No. They educated themselves. They realized that they got together in love. They married each other. They married each other because they loved each other. They got together and created life and decided to love that life no matter what that expression of that life looks like. In the midst of other people who can't even love their kids. How you gonna tell me to be a parent? You don't even love your goddamn kid enough to even try to understand them. Which is why I have the strength to get the fuck up here and say what it is that I can say with truth and conviction and fact. I ain't talking out the side of my neck. I ain't talking from no place of hurt or from pain. I'm talking from a place of freedom and liberation. And also being stern enough to let y'all niggas know that the time that y'all thought y'all had when it came to LGBT, that shit over with. We are on your television screens. We are in your movies. We're in your music videos. Why? Because it just shows that we are in real life. See, you want to be able to watch this shit to escape real life. But girl, art imitates life and life imitates art. So what you see on TV is what you see in real life. It's just that you want to escape it. And what you resist will always persist, which is why they're going to always be mad. So instead of learning to love themselves so they can see the love in other people and be inclusive, y'all going to separate yourselves. Just like the church separated itself, look at where the church is now, crumbling. And it's really crumbling for a good thing. Because now the spiritual education, Christ education, love education will now be implemented into the process, which is going to truly, genuinely benefit everybody. Because love doesn't just, I'm going to support this person, and not this person. Love says, come on in. Love says, bring the comma, there's more, bring the comma. That's what love does. Hate excludes. Hate divides. Hate separates. And what you hate is going to continue to happen to you again and again and again. And you can't be mad that you low-key, high-key manifesting the fear that you're experiencing.
And that's what they want. They want us just as twisted and messed up as they are. I don't care what you say.
Bitch, what's the question I want to ask this nigga? I'm going to leave on the video for the rest of the video. Where is it at?
It is not right to push this on our children. They already have enough stuff to go through. I mean,
where's it at?
We have children who have parents or family members who are molesting them or destroying their confidence, not building them up.
Wow.
We have children who are emotionally damaged, even in some straight black households. So we have enough that we have to go through to straighten up so we can be the better parents for them. So we got homework to do already without having to deal with this. Anything, and it's like Dave Chappelle said, a person can kill a man. Like they said, the baby had killed someone in self-defense. But there wasn't any uproar on that.
Because niggas is used to killing niggas. What are you talking about? Which is the same reason why y'all don't get upset and get up and get mad when Mook Mook killed Ray Ray. Because why? It's a way of life. And that's even more destructive. But when you talk about AIDS, something that's also a psychological thing as well, and especially with LGBT and dealing with the whole thing with AIDS, because once again, it's education. HIV/AIDS is not what it used to be. It's not a death sentence. People actually love themselves enough to be able to do research to help other people. And on top of that, when you deal with the LGBT community, you have to also understand that is a community that has been ostracized for a long time. And to the point to where it's like, bitch, if you're going to talk shit, if you big enough to talk shit, you big enough to deal with the repercussions. See, once again, y'all want to say shit and not have nobody say nothing about it. Oh, well, it's sensitive. Y'all acting sensitive. Girl, bitch, I'm gonna have to light a candle, bitch, and pray for my black brothers and sisters, because it's like something we're still dealing with hurt and pain on a big ass fucking scale. And we sitting here talking as if though we have everything together, but then when you look out in the reality of blackness, you see it for what the fuck it is. A bunch of confusion, and then have the nerve to call LGBT people confused. Okay. So okay, all right, okay.
From his opinion, and maybe because of his business arrangement with those who are having the festival, business-wise, he should have kept his mouth shut. Because you know, if you get money and you're a black man and you say something against them, they're going to come after you and try to cut your money.
Well,
so you got to be shrewd.
Dave Chappelle has millions of dollars. And a lot of these niggas need to be smart and have their own money and create their own stuff. I mean, Boosie said he can never be blackballed. Even though he looks like a blackball bitch, a burnt one, he said he can never be blackballed because he make his own money. Dave Chappelle has way more critical acclaim and success than Boosie would ever have in his life. You don't think this nigga is able to have money? It's the fact of, I'm a powerful person. Why are you over here censoring me? Well, just because you Dave Chappelle don't mean that you're not exempt from motherfuckers criticizing you. Just like I'm pretty sure it was white people criticizing Dave Chappelle when he was saying certain things in reference to blackness. Hurt, pain, insecurity looks and sounds like what you're hearing right now.
Let me be weak, but get your money, set yourself up, leave that world alone, and speak your mind.
Yeah, speak your mind. You have a right.
I ain't gonna get no money from these people. I'm not looking for it. So I have to set myself up and support myself. And like I said, I do respect, and I'm very happy for the support you give the platform.
Right.
So I'm not going to sit here, oh, I can't talk because no, they might do this.
We're not going to denigrate your platform. We appreciate your platform. We do. Like I said, you're here for the community. You're here for the people. But you need to be for the people. At this point, bitch, which Black Lives matter to you? Is it just Black Lives Matter or certain Black lives that matter? Answer that question.
I do that. I've been setting myself up to be independent from YouTube for a long time. Scurv.com. If they shut us down, go there. The videos will still go on a different platform on that site.
Oh, most definitely. Speak your truth.
I have things that I won't be putting up on YouTube. So I'll be like, yes, the people who love me and what we do and how we share things collectively, we still going to go on. Because again, like I said, it ties in with the age of censorship. We can't say things. See, there is an agenda. But if you're so close to it, you can't see it. The analogy I
It's one thing to say the agenda. It's one thing to say that there's an agenda. It's one thing to sit up here and feel like you're being censored for saying what you want to say. But see, I have no problem with you talking. Because if you want to be ignorant, that's possibly fine. That's cool. You get to decide to be ignorant. And whatever accountability comes from ignorance that you want to display, that's on you. But when you start fucking with my life, and I mean my life, because LGBT people can be murdered for being LGBT. Yes, people are being murdered for being Black as well, but also LGBT too. and especially Black LGBT. How many Black trans women have lost their lives? And then when it comes out on what happened, look at the comment sections and see what the comment sections say. Look at all the hate and the ignorance that is going on in the comment section. And I get it. People don't think about these things because they don't affect them. But what you don't understand is that discrimination affects all of us because it keeps us divided. Because you having gay people on your platform might be able to bring forth a great area of understanding that'll be beneficial for everybody. It might be able to be that great area that creates a safe space for Black LGBT people in the Black community, because there is none. Which is why we have to create our own, therefore dividing us even more, to where now you create fear narratives based on us. Have you came into the experience and saw for yourself? Or are you going to continue to believe what the people said and what your dad said? We almost done, y'all.
You have a beautiful picture on the wall. It might be 8 feet across and 5 feet up. Huge on the wall. And you go and you touch your nose on the picture. Touch your nose on it. Open your eyes and try to look at the picture. You can't because you're too close to it. So with this thing called agenda, some people who are so focused in on so close, they can't see the bigger picture. But if you step back, you step back even more, and tie all the strings together, and you can see, oh, I can see this. And also, it requires the passage of time. You ain't just going to come out the womb or just turn 18 years old. And I'm not knocking anybody who's younger. I can't hate on you because you came into this world after me. And maybe what I say doesn't resonate with you, and maybe ultimately it may not be the truth all the way. But there's got to be something in there.
Okay, so let's talk about the something. Because right now you're speaking as if though everything you're saying is factual. So you just sat up here and said the shit that you might be saying that you don't agree with may not be the truth, but there's a little bit of truth in there. Well, I'm telling you, what you've been saying so far has not been truth, sir. You have to keep finding the truth. And maybe you'll be able to find a little bit of truth if you actually have LGBT people on your platform to give a nuanced conversation. Then maybe we can discover it together. Because I'm confused. Now, you might be saying, oh, well, you're confused because you're close to the problem. You're close to it, so when you're close to it, you can't. But see, when you have emotional intelligence, when you love yourself, when you heal from your traumas, you can then move backwards and see the bigger picture, but also see it from a healed perspective. Because a lot of motherfuckers backing up and see the entire picture and still seeing it from a fear-based narrative. Just because you look back and see all of it, what type of lens are you viewing it under? Are you viewing it under a liberated lens? Are you viewing it from a holistic lens? Are you viewing it from the lens of fear? Are you viewing it from the lens of insecurity? What type of lens are you viewing this from? And if it was so clear, you would have been able to break down what the fuck the agenda is. Because y'all throw the word agenda around, but don't list out. Lance, I'm going to need you to do a video where you let us know, for the homosexuals who are quote unquote close to the problem, can't see it. Please make a video for us so we can see what the gay agenda is. Lay it out for us. I ain't talking about no 2-hour, 3-hour live. You ain't got to have other people come on. Let us know what your interpretation of the agenda is. Just do a fucking 10, 15, 20-minute video. Just let us know. Give us the bullet points. This is the agenda. 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 So that we can see for ourselves what the issue is. Because y'all are talking in this coded ass type of language that makes no sense. Y'all sound like y'all talking in sim language. Y'all ever played The Sims? What are you saying? Please make it make sense to me. Make it make sense to the homosexuals who don't understand. Because I want to understand. I literally want to understand where you're coming from. And like I said, my commentary is not meant to denigrate you. And I hope you don't feel denigrated. Because that was not my intention. And I know intentions pave the pathway to hell. But in this new energy, intention is very important because it's also about the perspective. It can lead you to hell or it can lead you to heaven. Which perspective are you looking at it through? But at the same time, my brother, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're speaking ignorantly. You're wrong. You are wrong. And until you can break this shit down to where people can understand where you're coming from, you're going to be wrong. Because there are gay people who do use critical thinking skills. And nothing's being laid out that makes sense. And on top of that, you're regurgitating what it is that your father told you. And you follow that pathology of what your father told you. And then you connected with other people under that ignorant umbrella who have therefore over the years cemented that ideology in your mind. But when you see the world for what it is factually, you see something conflicting. So now you're trying to figure it out in your mind to where you're asking, is this an agenda? When you clearly can't even define the agenda.
And no, I wasn't throwing no Illuminati hand sign. I did this like this.
That's the sign for okay. Y'all niggas be so deep in this shit.
You're only acting like it. Really? Then why did I have to struggle my whole life and still struggling and be shrewd with the little finances that I have to secure a better life? You better be thinking when they can't use you. I've been approached by people who seem a little fishy. I'm not going to say somebody's children. I go, hi, how you doing? We're Illuminati agents here, and we like what you're doing, but if you kind of twist your message around, we'll make you famous. I don't need your fame because there's a price that comes with your fame. I love the ability to be home and speak the way I want to speak.
Correct.
We
you have a right.
Losers didn't come out.
You have an absolute right to speak it however you want to.
7 or 8 hours ago.
I ain't gonna never take that away from you.
Right now in Accra, Ghana, it's what, 12:35. So that means it's 8:35 East Coast time.
Mm-hmm.
So this might have came out around 12 noon your time, right? Something new. Let me see. Let me put your thing up here. I don't know if you wrote something. Quinn's Corner, much love to you. Thank you for the support. Salute. And we're always going to bring it real over here. We don't have to say it too much. Like, keep it real. We keep it real. Because that means something different for different channels. When they say keeping it real, they might be talking all kind of decadence on there. And yes, we talk, we have fun. We tell jokes.
Right.
We talk about sex. We have fun.
Right.
I love sex. I love talking about it.
Me too.
But I ain't pushing this stuff over here. No.
You ain't got to put, there's nothing to push because y'all have the privilege to walk outside and hold hands and kiss and it not be a problem. Y'all have the privilege to go ahead and you have literal songs talking about sex between men and women. Busting on the chest, busting on the back, Superman that hole. Heterosexual people didn't have to prove anything because they were allowed to exist without any problems or issues. Because once again, it's the majority. Nobody's trying to change the majority, but y'all not the only ones that get to enjoy life. And that's why you want it in the closet, because it shows how limited y'all thinking is. And a lot of y'all got small ass closets as far as brains is concerned. I ain't saying you, Lance. I ain't talking about you, because you're a very educated man, but you're just ignorant on this particular perspective and topic. You're very ignorant on this one. But you want us back in the closet so that it's comfortable for you. Because I ain't get to where the fuck I want to get to in my life. So I got to stop you. The crab in the barrel mentality, I can't let this crab get above me because too many rainbow-ass crabs then got in front of me. And sometimes the rainbow crab was reaching down to help you up, not to get with you. Because another thing a lot of these heterosexual men think is that gay men don't have no standards. Because trust me, gay men got standards, and a lot of times they are ridiculously high. So a lot of you heterosexual men don't have to worry about nothing because even on a ladder, y'all couldn't reach them. So y'all safe. Understand, I'm letting you know right now, Brother Lance, when it comes down to me and you are always safe with me. You ain't got to worry about nothing gay coming from me towards you. You ain't got to worry about no flirtation at all. At all. Trust me. You is safe. Okay? When it comes down to that, I am Stevie Wonder to the shit. I don't see anything at all. So you should be happy about that. But do you understand how when he talks about heterosexuality, it's this beautiful, loving thing, even though I'm not, and that's true, because love is love. Love is fluid. Whether it's gay, straight, whatever the case may be, as long as love is there and it's fruitful and life-giving that transcends this earth plane, that's all that matters. But when you look at the reality in Blackness and you see broken families, where is this love? Where is this love? Please help me understand where this love is. Now, there is some dysfunctional love out there where motherfuckers keep taking niggas back that keep breaking their heart and keep cheating and lying. But where's the love? But I guess gays don't have the moral compass to love. Okay.
I love telling jokes. I'm an amateur bootleg comedian when I want to be. But I don't have to push myself, and I'm going to talk and speak on the things I want to speak on.
Exactly.
I'm not holding back.
You should. Don't. Please
Sometimes
don't.
Sometimes a show comes, I don't know what I'm going to say.
Keep talking.
When I spoke to Ella G earlier, I said, look, check this out. Look what just happened. I got to talk about this later on. She said, oh, go for it. Look, we got 102 people in here. The chat room has a good amount of people in here, and we freestyling. Because when you live a certain life and have certain perceptions and you have your mind made up, seeing what is, and you can tie things that other people can't see that are related. It's like when you have a demolition, a controlled demolition to bring that tall building that's nestled amongst other tall buildings, not to fall over and hit it on either side, but to come straight down.
Right.
To come straight down. Nothing but smoke, like the World Trade Center. Wasn't that a controlled demolition?
I believe it was. I agree.
Explosions that happened on, I'm not supposed to say that. But we don't think about those things. And this agenda has been going on for a long, long time. From way back when George Bush Sr. mentioned the New World Order, and even long before that, it was in effect.
I agree.
Dr. Ramona Brockett can talk about the gay politicians who had an agenda from back then to work this thing in, but they don't add the ingredients in the soup fast. They do it slow. When these white folks want to kill each other and the white woman wants to kill her husband because she got another man that she want to get with and she's poisoning him, there's dozens of stories like that. She feeds him, hi, honey, how you doing? Good to see you. She gives up the sex to him good every night, knowing she gonna kill him. And she puts a little sprinkler or something in his system. For months, sometimes years. And then she'll divorce him, right? And he drops dead a year after that. So what happened after? What happened? Toxicology reports don't detect anything because you put it in there so slow, a little bit at a time. And that's what they're doing to us.
Okay. So with the analogy of the white woman putting in the shit to kill her husband, that is her reality. See, when you sit here and try to make a broad generalization, that is where the issue comes into play. Because now what you're saying is that every LGBT experience is that way. And that's not my experience. Oh, well, I ain't talking about all. Yes, you are. You're not saying some LGBT. You're not saying there are some gay men who do this. There are some, because if you say that, that destroys your whole argument. Because if you say some, okay, then what are the ones that aren't? Oh, well, maybe you already have that answer, because the ones that aren't a part of it, I guess, are the ones who are in the closet. So once again, you don't want there to be no representation of LGBT, and that is a life experience. There are LGBT people who are wholesome, who are healed, who are complete, that are doing things to help people, just like there are some that are destructive and destroying realities and are agents of chaos. And guess what? It's not just excluded to homosexual LGBT. It is heterosexual as well. I grew up in an amazing family household, but I also understand that there are some people's households who are not like mine. I have dated people that have came from broken households. Does that not mean they're not worthy of love because they came from a broken household? Once again, just because their reality is different, they have to come into the realization of loving themselves, because even though that environment that they grew up in was destructive at that point in time, does not mean for the rest of their life that is going to be their reality. Yes, that woman is sitting there cooking to kill her husband because her husband did some shit that she wasn't satisfied with. And instead of divorcing him, she's being narcissistic and egotistical. You have to also look deeper into it as well. Stop with these broad ass shit and get to the minutia of it. Get to the root of it. But see, once again, when it comes to LGBT, there's always this certain type of perspective and narrative about it that is not fruitful and life-giving, and it's coming from someone who is not gay. I can understand you saying this. There was a whole bunch of gay people like myself getting up here and agreeing with you and saying that there's an agenda because we're gay. Then I can understand you speaking the way that you do. But what you believe and what the reality is two entirely different things. And once again, it's about your focal perspective and viewpoint. Girl, 2 motherfucking cartoon characters who are not even real, bitch, has inspired the end of the heterosexual community. Wow.
How come all of Hollywood in the entertainment world is coming out with this? Rock Hudson. Way back, white man was so gay, having pool parties with dozens of young boys, muscular, young swimmer body type white dudes. Mm-hmm. What was he doing? Just standing around?
Yeah, there's some people who did that.
Orgies like that.
There are some people
Hollywood bigwigs into this.
There are some people who have big ass orgies like that. Just because they gay, it's not just because they gay. It's once again a position of power. Like, for example, Jaguar Wright, as crazy as cat shit as she is, I believe that she speaks some truth, because sometimes crazy people do speak some truth a little bit if you listen. When she said the story of the allegations with Sean Diddy Combs, Puff Daddy, right? The allegations that he made Christopher Williams give him head. When he explains why he did that to his secretary, he said, if I can make another man suck my dick, that shows how much power I have. When these motherfuckers be raping and doing all this shit, even with prisoners of war, they wasn't fucking these men or raping these men because they sexually wanted them. They were trying to berate them, destroy them, humiliate them, assert their dominance and power over them. Had nothing to do with love, had nothing to do with understanding, had nothing to do with consent. Completely different. I'm gonna need for y'all to do y'all research for real. You in the house, read some more, please.
Pushing this. But it was always that way. Half of the beauty queens from back in the 30s and 40s, oh, they're such a beautiful woman. Look at them square jaws they had. A lot of them were men. They were with this for a long time. Just because they put it out there on Instagram and things out on Red, what is it? RedTube,
Reddit,
porn, and what's the Hamster? I know all the porn sites. People send me things all the time. A lot of people in the movies I know. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. So this is nothing new because we're seeing it now. Sex, gay sex, twisted sex, pedophiles, all that stuff has always been around, but they're pushing it more now. I won't say anti-God because you're going to think that I'm thinking of a European God the way they gave it to us. But that righteous force, that thing that created and facilitated our existence on this planet, in this world, in this universe, these people are diametrically opposed to nature, and they hate nature.
Wow.
They want to go against
nature.
Nature will put you behind in check.
Wow.
And if you're not living in balance with nature, you're always going to be tormented because the parts don't fit.
Wow. Wow. So LGBT people are against nature. Yet there's LGBT behavior happening. I ain't gonna say LGBT. There's same gender and intersex stuff happening in nature. Like, gay people are here. We're a part of the experience. If God didn't want us here, as far as the creative force you're talking about, we wouldn't be here. And then on top of that, we wouldn't be here since the beginning of time. Y'all are trying so hard to do God's job when God don't need no help. It's us who need the help. It's human beings who need the help to find that alignment. Because when you talk about spirit, you're talking about God, a spiritual thing that transcends body, that transcends the physical. We are spiritual beings having a natural experience, which is why we can't take none of this natural shit with us when we die. It is our job to have our own unique divine experiences. And as much as you want to sit here and decorate the LGBT community in very dark ass colors, like we've been decorated in for so long, there are still some people who finding the God in it. That is the real true God that's connected to the creative force. Because there are some people right now who are living their truth and they're living their best life and they've never been happy before like this ever to actually live their real life. Just like there are DL men who struggle with depression and all this stuff because they're living two different lives. Again, insecurity. Y'all niggas is insecure.
You can chop off dicks, you can add dicks and get a woman testosterone and all this stuff and make them look a certain way, but inside they're not happy.
And you know this how? And you know this how? You know this how?
Never gonna happen.
You know this how?
So just check yourself.
There are gay men right now who are choosing to be happy in a world that doesn't want them to be happy, like you. Contrary to what you... T.S. Madison is laughing right now. Trans woman. Still got her piece. Is living her best life right now. Is manifesting TV shows right now. Movies right now. Taking care of her mother, who had the same viewpoints as you, but because she chose to love her child, is able to now reap the rewards of that. And to actually build a relationship with her child that she almost lost due to her ignorance. Do you get what I'm saying here? Billy Porter, as much as y'all talk about him in a dress, living his best life now. His gifts and his talents are making way for him. Him growing up in a world that did not validate him validates him now. And you feel some type of way about it. You are insecure and you feel jaded by these things. Let's just keep it real. Y'all are jealous. Let's just talk about the jealousy here. That's what it is. Y'all is jealous. Y'all want us to go back in the closet. Y'all want us to dim our lights so y'all can shine? Well, maybe you need to check your goddamn bulb. Check your bulb, bitch. Check your bulb. I ain't finna dim my light because you can't stand it. Put sunglasses on, nigga, or turn your light on. Motel 6 your ass and keep the light on.
And see what it really is. And then you want to push on everybody else.
Wow.
Because the kids need to know. They need to know why. Why are you recruiting people? That's what you're doing. You're recruiting the young.
All they doing is giving information, and people get to choose to do whatever they want to do with the information.
And we who have straight black families, we ain't going for it.
Wow.
Let's just call it for what it is. They want that stuff seeping in our unit, our family unit, and destroying us.
Wow.
See,
my mother and father are still together while accepting their 2 LGBT children. Where's the destruction there? And see, I'm going to, when they come back in town from Indiana, because they live in Indiana now. When they come back in town, I'm going to do a video with them. I need to do a video with them individually or together. And just have them talk about their experience so that real parents who are living the experience, not people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, talking about people who are willing to learn the experience, learn from something, actually live it, go through it, not be fearful, but actually go through the fear and work through it. I'm going to have real people who are real parents of LGBT give their own fact about what it is. I gotta keep going because this video already 3 hours long.
Black people, they use us like a tool all over the world to build their countries, build their economy, build everything they have. They take the secrets that we shared with them and hide it in their books. They didn't want us to see it because they don't want us to know how great we are. They want to push everything, all that stuff on everybody.
Wait a minute. So we are smart and we taught them and they hid our shit in books. Doesn't that mean that we still have it within us? If I taught you something, is it because we forgot? Which is why self-love is important, because self-love brings the mindset of remembrance, of reminding, of creating a new habit in your mind that benefits you. So how the fuck can somebody use something against us that we taught them? we're able to take what it is that we taught them and then expound on it and make it better. And they're going to have to figure out, how did you do that? But we got to do that for ourselves. And that's the problem. You want other people to do the work for us. It ain't going to work, bruh. This is a Black experience. Black people are going to have to put in the work. And I'm talking about introspective work into the Black community. I mean the real shit. The real shit. Not this other shit that y'all use as scapegoats to kind of give y'all a chance to then practice and implement supremacy. We're talking about true equality here, which means you realize that every day you're going to put in the work. And there is some more work, Lance, that your ass needs to do. Same for me. All of us have more work to do. But imagine how much work we can accomplish together.
Not too long ago, they were running around here talking about Malcolm X was gay. Not too long ago, they were saying Muhammad Ali was bisexual. They want to take all the iconic people that we draw strength from, even after they transition, by the work and the words and the actions, the bravery that they display, that we look up to. So if we see them as that, how is that going to affect us? We can no longer draw strength from that.
Wow.
Even James Baldwin, who was gay.
Even though we have, as a community of Black people, have been able to collectively benefit from all of their stuff. So does it discredit their shit because it come out later that these things might be the case? And these are just allegations. We don't even know if these are true. But that does not discredit the work they've done, because we still stand upon the work that they've already done. What in the fuck, y'all?
Yeah, he ain't pushing stuff out in the world, but you can see him. You can look at his face and see that thing going on. But he saw himself as a Black man first, and he said that. So as a gay man, I have the utmost respect for him.
Yes, he saw him a Black man first, but you saw him as Black man only. You accepted the Blackness, but you disregarded the queer part of him. That's what you did. You accepted the thing that was beneficial to you, as opposed to working through empathy and love and accepting the person for who they are and who they aren't. That's what real love does. And you were okay with him because, once again, he didn't display the feminine aspects, even though you could tell he was gay, and you used the stare to verify it. The fact that he was masculine, or he didn't really walk in his, I would say walk in his truth, because him being gay is true, but he didn't have a feminine expression of it. It was okay. So gay denigrates and destroys and voids out. It makes it null and void in reference to the gifts and what has been bestowed to Black people in a literary sense, and all the literary greatness that he brought. No, we're not allowing you to sit up here and choose what you want to take. Either you're going to take all of it or none of it. Point blank in the fuck period.
Because he didn't put himself out there in some crazy kind of way. And what's the dude that helped Martin Luther King in the whole civil rights movement? Which, you know, I'm more of a Malcolm X kind of guy.
Me too.
Fartroy.
I'm a crossbreed between Malcolm and Martin.
I fell asleep.
Eminem and his bitch, okay?
Because, you know, I'm like, I ain't letting anybody put no holes on me and knock me upside the head. And they don't get it right there and there. You're going to have to kill me. I'll be one of them short-lived slaves. And maybe not. But I ain't cooling, but I'll be very shrewd. I'd get you and go right back in the shack and say, oh, master, somebody killed him? What happened? Because it's life and death. It's just softened it up now. They want to get your minds confused and twisted. Don't you know, even if you're straight, that HIV is out there, AIDS is out there? But they, shh, let the niggas get frustrated, and all they can do is sex, and they'll kill each other off. Herpes is nothing now, because it don't kill you. But that was a big thing. And now they got their pills to take care of things if you take it early on or right after. And a lot of us can't afford that. We still have gay men, brothers, who, they're still our brothers. That's not my thing, but they're still our brothers. So if they see themselves as they are, as Black first, I support them. And like I said,
but what happens when you don't accept my LGBT? You don't accept my queerness. You don't accept my queerness. You're gonna have to accept that too.
Say,
ain't no just black. I'm black and queer.
I see some more.
And my queerness, the gifts of my queerness has something to bring to the black community that will also benefit the black community.
Does everybody just share and like? That helps the algorithms, and all this is going to be put to good use. And you know, earlier, how long have I been running my mouth? It's 59 minutes. Didn't know I was going to go that long. I thought it was going to be 10
I think we're about to end it up, y'all, because his stuff don't really be that long,
fine.
Honestly.
Every so G, I was like, let me just do this real quick and be over with it. I didn't know I was going to be on this long.
Right.
But see, we are special people. And everything bad that comes out in this world always finds itself back to us. They want to push the jab. And you know what I mean? Because they watch my videos and they're looking to mess with me. They gave me 3 strikes earlier in the year. And when the 3rd strike came, one from before fell off just in time. So if it was 3 strikes that was standing, this channel would be gone.
Yeah, we don't want that. We do not want that.
So I had a little meeting and talked.
We need this channel.
We got to be more shrewd now because they're coming for us. But that's a good thing. So this is why we're going to be expanding beyond just YouTube, and we have been, and setting up for it to remain in communication with each other.
Right.
Because like I said, this is the age of censorship. They can put this stuff out in a comic book, but they don't like to see if I don't agree with it. They might shut this particular video down and mess with the sound, do whatever.
No, we still here.
So you really can't talk. In other words, you have to let this worldly system do as it wants, and you better sit down and shut up and not have anything to say in opposition to what they're doing. Take my kids and tell them it's okay to wear a pink wig. Tell them it's okay that the anus is an orifice that is just as good as a vagina. Now, some of our sisters like anal sex.
No.
I know or not, that's none of my business.
No.
Right?
Nope. If the women can't
help out some sisters in my time that way, I want it back there. Okay, you know, I like the front,
but y'all fucked in the ass, didn't you? You put it back there. I know you did. You didn't tell her, no, baby, I can't. That's being gay. Hell no. You put it in her ass too. You know you did. You said, no, I like the front, but
playing it back a little bit.
I'll play in the back a little bit.
Ain't gay.
I ain't getting gay. So, girl, you sticking your dick in a female ass is gay. Lord Jesus, if this is what black men is supposed to be, Lord, help us. These niggas just say, I'll play with your ass a little bit. I'll at least put the head in. But I ain't gonna put the whole dick in. Because if I put the whole dick in, it's gonna be like a gay nigga. But you fucking a female. It's still a woman. And if she likes that, don't you want to please her? Aren't you a person who is about love and sprinkled with a little bit of lust? Maybe that's the little bit of lust part you were talking about, right? What's wrong with giving her a little bit of that, especially if you do it from a place of love and wholesomeness, right? You still love her and she wants it. You ain't ask her for it. She asks for it. So why would you deny her that pleasure? Do you hear the ignorance that is going on? Do you hear that? And that's the reason why we're speaking up, because it's ignorance like this that's being believed and then it's being imposed on us. Y'all feel some type of way because of representation. We're trying to talk to you because our lives are actually affected. We actually die from this shit. We're actually stalked from this shit. We're actually denied our experience. We're denied housing. We're denied jobs. We're denied all these things still in other states, based simply off of sexual orientation. Not even my character as a person, but based off of this ignorant ass label that y'all have created. And it's coming to a new day where the pen is no longer in y'all hands. Why don't you take the pen that's for blackness and continue to write what's for blackness, as opposed to trying to take the pen of LGBT and continue to write the ignorant ass narrative that's been told to you before? Wow.
I explored all the hetero stuff and stayed away from the other stuff because that wasn't my cup of tea.
Wasn't your cup of tea.
You penalize me for going into
and that's all right.
All you can eat restaurant, and I don't eat the pork that's on over there. Well, why don't you eat pork? I don't eat pork, even when I pig out.
You don't eat pork, but do you fuck with the people that eat chicken? I mean, do you fuck with the people who do eat pork? Do you tell them it's, do you fuck with them? Do you make videos about them and say that they're wrong and they're horrible?
I don't like pork. Something nasty about that thing. I'm supposed to poison myself to please you and to show you that I'm all right with you, so I'm going to get into the poison you get into? So if you want to go, and I know, let me tell you something. There's a lot of gay men and women, lesbian, whatever, watching this. I know it.
Of course.
And they are friends of mine.
I mean, you talking about it, so I mean, of course you're gonna watch.
Our conversation doesn't go that way. I know them from growing up.
Please bring them on the platform.
Being bold and speaking it. They may disagree with me, but I'm not going to let nobody out in the street put their hand on my black brother and sister because I see him as black first. Even when you don't think your black ass is black first.
Would you have them around your kids though?
On every show that deals with LGBT stuff, listen.
Would you have them around your children though? Do you feel like your gay friends who are black first, your gay friends that are black first, would you have those gay people around your children? If your black gay brothers and sisters who are black first decided to do an all black show and they wanted to have a gay character on it and they voiced the character, would you allow your child to watch it? Even though this is a gay person that you know personally who is black first, would you still have them watch it? And it's an all black thing. Ain't no white person involved in this. It's all nigga shit. But they're just inclusive enough to actually see the love that and the representation and honor the representation. Would you still have will your children still be able to watch that? Or will there be something different now? See, y'all get to the point to where y'all tolerating. Y'all ain't gonna tolerate us. Y'all can't sit up here and tolerate us, but want us to continue to work hard. But no. This is a two-way street. Both people gonna get some understanding over here. Because I'm black too. But I'm not black only. There's an intersectionality that's going on here. It's about whether you want to be educated or not to help yourself. Ain't nobody asking you to take no dick. Ain't nobody asking you to give no dick. Ain't nobody asking you to kiss no man. Ain't nobody asking for a nigga to twerk on you. All we're asking for is for you to educate yourself through empathy so that you can treat people the way you want to be treated. And all the things that you say about LGBT, how would you feel if people said all these things about you? Oh, the white America already does that. So it's okay to turn around and do it to somebody else? And yet that's righteous? Okay. All right. All right.
Little rainbow flags. And the white people, we have everyone here. There's a little black spot on the sun today, aka token Negro. And you feel so glad that they're accepting your black ass, but it makes them look good. They don't even bother with you. They don't care about you. They may act like they accept you at the function. And just because some of them want to lay down with you, it's pretty much just a black fetish.
Wow.
Just like when these white men come after our sisters and they get mad when we say that. I love my wife. I love her. And you say color don't matter. But it does. Because some of you guys, when you're young, have you tried our black gal out yet? Oh, it's so good, but I'll never marry one. But they'll creep with you. And some of them will marry you outright. But deep down, as a woman or as a man, let that person really have an argument with you and piss them off. Just like Paul Mooney said, they're going to give you the nigga wake-up call. That nigga wake-up call. You are their pet. You are their tool, black man.
Okay, let me just say this real quick. When it comes down to white people, and I got to stop this because this shit kind of getting long. It's almost about to be 4 hours long like my other video. Damn. Look, when it comes down to whiteness, we have to also understand that there are some white people who actually do have a soul, who actually do have a moral compass, and who actually do not want to contribute to the genocide of black people because they understand spiritually what karma is going to do. Okay, that's why the Underground Railroad was also imperative and important as well, because there were some white people who were able to touch deep inside and use their empathy to say this isn't right, to where they put their lives on the line for blackness as well. Why can't that same mindset still be here now? Again, fear narrative conversation. It's one thing to say there are some white people, there are some gay people, but when you sit up here and just say that, then it makes it seem like a broad generalization. And we all sometimes have a habit of doing that, which is why we also need to be checked on that as well, off of what it is that we say. And especially when you sit here and say that you're speaking from a place that you don't fully understand. Well, you spend almost an hour talking about it like you do. That's the issue. When you don't know what you're talking about and you continue to speak that stuff, what it does is it continues to make people more confused because you don't even know what you're talking about. So how can any clarity come from someone who doesn't even understand what they're talking about?
And you go and talk about how you're well hung in the dating apps. You're a well hung black man. Well, they had a lot of well hung black men back in the slave days and even coming up into the 19th century and even today. Isn't it a form of hanging and lynching? When they take a man and rob his organs, cut him out while he's alive because you got to get it fresh. The same way we slaughter animals just for this dead meat that we eat and consume. Whatever mood that animal was in when it was killed transfers to you. That's the revenge of that animal on your body who killed him and put the fear. They shoot out hormones that are deadly for you.
Well, guess what? A lot of times during those times with people who actually were connected with nature, what they would do is that they would give honor to the animal. They would thank the animal for their life, for the life that that they were giving to the human beings. They honored that. They found honor in it. They respected the animal. So that when the animal was killed, it was killed from a place of respect. So therefore, there wasn't all these toxins that's being released. Once again, the narrative. The narrative. Y'all got to educate yourself, y'all. Come on, reading is fundamental.
Spots in the black neighborhood for chickens that were killed. There's no chicken running around cage-free. They may have it cage-free, they still all cooped up. And what they felt, the terror, the fear, you just, man, pass me a leg, pass me a breath, this chicken good. Give me a grape soda. And you go outside and you have no patience or tolerance to see what we're going through. So we look at each other a little too much. What the hell are you looking at, man? Oh, my God. And you kill them. And the white man don't let it do nothing to you. Oh, we got two niggas by Kennedy's Fried Chicken or Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. What's up with Kennedy's Fried Chicken and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard? The President Kennedy and Martin Luther. What's up with that? Please, somebody show. Everywhere I go, there's a Kennedy chicken, fried chicken, in a Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Wherever I go. Maybe not all the time, but this is what I see. And there's always that old hungry dog sitting out in the parking lot, looking all sorry, coming to you all sorry. Gone. Eating.
Bitch, who my blunt
They got us pegged. They know how to deal with us so much, yet we say there's no agenda. There are people out here who say there was no slavery. Had a dude called, he was doing good in the shows. A lot of you know his name. I ain't gonna say it. He called me at one time, moved me in position where I was getting into what he was saying. Like, man, you're doing some good work. And he called me up. Hey, man, hey, you know, you might not like this, Lance, but, you know, I don't think there was no slavery. There could have been no slavery. They didn't have boats strong enough to go across the ocean like that. If they did, they had to wobble and fall. And maybe there was slavery, but there couldn't have been more than about 5,000 they brought over here. And I go over here in Ghana. Did they make that up too? In the castles. Did they make the feces that still stinks that was caked up over centuries?
Wow.
Wasn't it a couple of people in the room and took a dump? I'm here with that. I climbed all up in parts that were hard to get to and started sweating so bad and just got freaked out and came out of there. I'm going to go back with my camera and walk all the way down into one of them tunnels that nobody goes. I might see an old skull back there. If I do, I'm going to bring it and take it out. I'm gonna have to really chant myself up when I go up in there. Not the one in what's the place there? Oh God, Cape Coast and Elmina. Those are bad enough. But the one here in Osu, which doesn't seem to get as much traction as far as the tourists and stuff, and I was afforded that, I want to associate and blow them up because they let me in on a Sunday when nobody else was there. So I had my own tour guide, and I had the whole place to myself. It gave me a hell of a history on what it was like. And you tell me that straight, what kind of agent are you? Because we have people who put out misinformation the same way to get into our minds.
Just like you did tonight with this whole bisexual Superman thing, a bunch of misinformation.
But we know that. That's what makes you strong, to know your roots. That's one good thing about Alex Haley's series. They call it roots. If you don't have no roots as a tree, the wind blows, you're gone. You got to be rooted in something. You got to be rooted in the truth. And you can't expect your enemy to come and tell you the truth, because he don't want you strong. It's not living in the past. And brothers, just because you get to kiss a white girl, and just because you got a blowjob,
what do we do? We stay on this bisexual thing. What's going on?
Let that blow your mind. She might be going through a phase with a daddy who got money and he ain't giving her no money, so she's gonna go out and piss him off by getting your black ass, and you think you elevated now. White people ain't all the same, because she blew you, man. You gonna hate white people now? You looking at it like, oh, I can't get with that movement. I need some more of that. Because you think you elevated and ran with a white girl and don't know how much of a privilege and an honor when one of your sisters thinks you're worthy enough of her love and attention.
Yeah, but some of these sisters gonna have to work on their own shit too. Because this whole idea that we are all perfect and that we got our shit going on and ain't nothing going on, what we'll do. No. We got shit that we need to work on too. We got shit we need to work on too. And on top of that, we're supposed to get to we're human beings, right? Isn't that the goal? Isn't that the goal? You don't even know the intention of why these people got together and wasn't in love. What do you say about the white individuals who were, the interracial couples that were together during a time where it was deadly to be an interracial couple? Where there was enough pressure there for these people to say, you know what, I can't be with you, but still chose to be together. See, once again, you have this one perception of love, and that's okay. But just because you have this one perception of love does not mean that the totality of love is not out there. It's just that you don't have the fortitude to see it. And that's okay. It's all right to say you limited in that viewpoint. It's okay to say that in your spectrum of things, you're looking at it 40%. And if you have 40%, that's fine. We honor you at 40%, because there are going to be some people who are just coming into the school. There are some people who are just becoming freshmen, and there are others who are becoming seniors. And trust me, it's a bunch of kids right now who are very intellectual, who are 11, 12, 13 years old, who are in college now because of their mind, because they didn't allow their age to dictate how their evolution is going to be. And on top of that, the future generation that's coming, isn't that supposed to be the generation that's supposed to do better than us, be smarter than us? So when do you actually allow the next generation to be smarter than you? Because if you knew what the fuck to do, then what would be the purpose of us coming? Because our job is to take it and to make it more. Our job is for it to be easier so that they can make it easier for the next generation, correct? Isn't that the point and the purpose? So where does evolution happen? Or is it because you're uncomfortable with the way that evolution is going and it's not going the way that you want it to? But just because of your limited scope of view does not mean that's a totality of the world. Is there some sick, evil, twisted, nefarious, demonic, egoic, narcissistic shit going on in the world? You goddamn right. I would be lying if I said that there wasn't. But there's also a side that implements love as well, that involves all type of people that you wouldn't think were involved. It's about, are you willing to use your empathy, your energy, the spiritual side, not the physical side that you're so caught in, but also to find the balance of the spiritual side as well, to see what's going on and find the God in it. Because even in hell, God is there. That shows a level of redemption. And just because you won't go in those places doesn't mean other people won't. Other people won't go there, because there's other people who will go in those places and find love there and actually help people there. That's the point. Again, fear-based conversation narrative. I hope we done, y'all. Come on now.
They ain't nothing like a black woman. So they push the Superman to want to kiss the next man. Ain't nothing like kissing a black woman.
But Superman is a white man kissing a white man.
Ugly. They want to make you think that.
A white man is kissing a white man. Where do sisters come into this?
Whatever. But if they were vibrating at their fullest majesty and fullest strength, there's nothing like it. Take away all the other women in the world. And I ain't trying to screw all the women in the world. I'm not saying it's just a sexual thing. but just their presence. So you know how I feel out here in the motherland? Even when someone may not be or may not know everything or know where they should be as far as knowing what's going on in the world of the history. Because a lot of people here, they don't teach the real deal as far as the history. You go into Elmina or Cape Coast, there are a lot of people who walk and see those slave dungeons, which some people call them castles. It wasn't a castle for us. And they'll tell you, well, I know something bad happened there, but I don't really. You mean you live down the block from that place and you don't even know? Who doesn't want you to find out? Who's keeping you ignorant? So for those of us who come over here and want to look down on those who are here who've been taught by the colonizer, even if the black teachers look like us, they're not us. And they'll follow the orders from the top of the hierarchy that they honor. And when the time comes, over the next few decades, when they give the order to let this thing here go on and push it on us, it will be here. And there are some here who are like that. I got radar. No, I don't have no gator. I got radar. But that dude over there, look, yeah, he's a little sweet, little light in the loafers. They have him here, but do what you do behind closed doors. Everything must be about the black family because that's what's going to keep us going on. That's that assembly line that comes off with more black babies. Get you some land. Have your children. Teach them how to cook, how to prepare a meal, how to build. Be independent of the system. School, homeschool your children. Tell them the real deal from young about life. Independent of the European schools of propaganda. See, if they can't get you in the schools, they will get you to the comic books or the videos or the entertainers or the celebrities. And they have these laws coming soon. Pedophilia is next. I may be here and I may not. I'm still young enough at 58 years old. But pedophilia is next on bat. Just like when you have a baseball game and you have a batter up on bat. LGBT is still at bat. They still got more to go. And they knock it over. Home run, bases loaded. He brought 4 runs in. Next up, here he come. The pedophile, the pedophilia agenda. And they're going to make sure he hits it out the park. They're going to take the ball and take the time and hit it. Bang! That's right. That's right. So let me see something here. Let me go on up. Yo, and after that, there's something after that coming now. Let me see. I've been missing this chat room. I'm so sorry. I've just been in my own world. This is the kind of talk I talk in the middle of the night when I'm thinking to myself, you know. That's right. Okay. I see a few things here I want to comment on. I mean, not comment on all of it, because right now it's past my bedtime.
Yes, okay, let me see. Wait for this video to be over with.
Okay, I'm a gay male and I'm an alpha male over here, and these people can't have all of us. I support you, Lance, because you're a black man trying to send a message. Just always be 100. Much love.
I'm a gay male and I'm an alpha male over here. And these people can't have all of us. I support you, Lance, because you're a black man trying to send message. Just always be on. This is a man who will probably say no films on his profile. Because once again, he doesn't want, once again, we have some self-hating gay men as well. Self-hating gay men as well. Because at the end of the day, whether you an alpha male or not, you still a gay male. And that gay is what they're going to harbor on. But maybe you won't be too gay because at least you giving the dick and not taking the dick. You might be a more tolerable because you're masculine and not feminine, but you're still gay. And just because you want to be an alpha male, you have the ability, because even me, I'm not an alpha male at all. I'm BubzDaGawd. I am balanced. My masculine and feminine energy is balanced. I'm not on no opposite ends of the spectrum. That's unbalanced. The yin and yang in me is just that, the yin and the yang, which should be in every person, every human being. Because once again, balance transcends whatever the fuck this human earthly shit is. But I also have more masculine presentation. Even though I have my moments, I still have a masculine presentation. I have the privilege to blend. I can go into a barbershop and blend in. Feminine gay men don't have that privilege. So for this man to support Lance being a gay man, I mean, do what you want to do. But at the end of the day, birds of a feather flock together. And I'm talking about the level of ignorance.
My black brother, proof positive. My brother, I love you. I don't hate you because of the life that you live.
But you're ignorant
but
on
you
me.
Get me and you understand. I would love to sometime have you on the show and let's have a conversation.
Ooh, no, don't talk to him.
Because
don't just talk to him. Don't just talk to him. Because he supports your narrative. No, let's bring contrast to the conversation. If what you're saying is true, if what you're saying is genuine, if what you're saying is real, then allow the contrast to come in and let the truth be the truth. If what you're saying is real, true, and genuine, also bring on the other side to bring that contrast, to bring that nuance, to bring that duality so that the truth can be said. Because all this person is going to do is just continue the narrative that you want. And there are some gay men who are comfortable being in the closet. And if that's what you want to do, bitch, that's your motherfucking life hole. But what you're not going to do is say that I have to go back into the closet. You want to fuck niggas on the low and in the dark, that's perfectly fine, bitch. But I want to see that ass in the light throwing it back on me.
Like you said, you're an alpha male. You happen to be a gay male. I don't know what makes me straight. I don't know what makes you gay. Let's just say it that way.
Interesting.
We have a lot of things, but when we are black, we have to rise above whatever categories the world puts on us. Because if they see you and they see me walking down the street, we both are targets, no matter what we do in the bedroom. And I respect you for your good, kind word. And I don't front on certain things.
You just completely...
I don't come here and say, I hate gays and I hate black men. No. You know why? Because we have more in common than others.
That was the most hypocritical thing I have heard thus far. You done sat here over an hour sometimes talking about some gay agenda to effeminate black men through comic books this time. Here it is, a gay man comes, but because he's a masculine gay man, because he's a gay man that you probably can't look at and tell, because his sexuality, his expression of gayness is not overt and not flamboyant, then all of a sudden there's an opportunity to see the similarities now. But if we're just black people, why couldn't it just be the blackness? Why does the alpha male have to be the case? If I'm black, I'm black, whether it's a black feminine gay man or not. He's still black, correct? Even if you're walking down the street with a feminine gay man, they gonna know he gay, but he gonna be black first, correct? And even be deemed lower than you as a black man. Because black heterosexual men have privilege over feminine black gay men or trans women. See, Lord.
That's a small slice of our existence. But the war that we're in, all the cannons and drones and weaponry, it's aimed at us, regardless as to what we do behind closed doors.
What the fuck? So what
So
the children? No, the children, he's still gay. He's a gay man. He's an alpha male. So that means he gets to hide his gayness, which means he can sneak into the house, right? He can sneak into the house because he ain't sweet and fruity. But he fucking with niggas that's sweet and fruity. He can still infiltrate, right? That's even worse, ain't it? He can disguise it, correct? According to your logic, this whole video, he can disguise his homosexuality. Wouldn't that make him more of a threat? Wouldn't that make him more of an insider because he's able to play the game along with you? Wouldn't that be the destructive nature? Y'all gotta make this make sense to me. Wow, wow. And then on top of that, this is black. This is a lot of black consciousness. A lot of black consciousness think like this, and they be like, wow, wow, well, I'm black too. And it's like, come on now. We talking all this shit like we know what the fuck we doing, but yet our community is still fucked up. Everybody talking about the problems. Ain't no hoe ever come up with the goddamn solution. What's the solution? What's the solution? And let's be real. Y'all don't have the solution. Because if you had the solution, there would be an immense amount of change happening right now. But y'all don't. And what I want y'all to understand is that in order for blackness to reach a monolithic level that is fruitful and life-giving, you're going to have to include all of blackness this time. And that's including black LGBT people as well. We got to be at the table. Because we have some shit to contribute that y'all can't contribute. And that's okay. We all got strengths and weaknesses. Y'all strength that y'all keep throwing in our face is that y'all can procreate and have kids. But y'all weak in other areas that we're strong in. And I also have to think about myself as an individual person, what it is that I want. And I love other people, but I also love myself, which means that I know that I am also included. Despite my unique expression, I'm still included. And at this point, if we're going to get to change, you need the queer community. You need the queer community of color. I'm not talking about white LGBT. That's different. I'm talking about black LGBT. You're going to need us because we're a part of the black experience. We've been marching. We've been putting in effort and energy as well. Even in areas where you thought that we weren't, we were. You just wasn't there to see it. Lord, let this video be over with.
We're going to stick together as straight men. No, I know how the system is. I'll come get you, Andrea K, to be on my side. Because you understand that they're coming for all of us. And some things they push as the beginning of the end.
Wow.
And I know you have a mother. That's how you got here.
Correct, yeah.
You might have sisters that you love that share your DNA.
Right.
If they don't, you understand them. We have all had a terrible journey in this world, no matter where we are. It doesn't just have to be through slavery in America, things past that. You got good hair. Oh, you got light eyes. I'm going to have a handsome baby. So if good hair is more hair that's close to straight and close to the dog hair, bad hair must be the hair that refuses to fall to gravity. It is a spiritual antenna to pick things up. Just because you're a gay male doesn't mean that you don't have the radar to survive in this world. We all have been dealt a deck of cards, or a hand, sorry, not the deck. I don't know much about card games. I used to play sometimes, and after the game is over, I forget how to play it. But I know in the various games, you have 4 people, 6 people, a bunch of people sitting around the table, and they deal the hand. And you get what you have, and you hide, make sure nobody's looking over your shoulder. And some people are like, I got this. I got a good hand, right? They'll say that. Okay, let me see something here. Let me go back to the...
But yet you couldn't offer that same grace and mercy to Eris, who's also a black, also Afro-Latino gay male. You had the same opportunity that you offered to Andrea K, this gay alpha male. That same grace and mercy, that same opportunity, that same understanding that you was just able to relinquish to him because he's an alpha male. He's a masculine gay man. Even though you gay and I still want you to do your shit in the closet and in the dark, you understand that I want that to happen. You get that. So I'm gonna have more compassion for you when you have the opportunity to explain that, to give that same compassion to somebody else who was in opposition to you. See, iron sharpens iron. That's why a lot of y'all mindsets be so fucking dull, because there's no iron sharpening iron. You're gonna need that contrast. Just like me as an LGBT person with my content on YouTube, I'm pretty sure as I go forward, I'm gonna get some homophobic commentary done about me. I'm gonna get homophobic comments. But see, I'm gonna be a real one and say, you know what? Let me drop the link and let's have a conversation. But can we have a real conversation without you being all up in your ego? So it's like, what are we gonna do here, y'all? Did you hear the hypocrisy that whole time? This got to be the end, y'all. I'm about to cut this bitch off in a minute, y'all.
Popping off even more. And so you got the good hand, or so you think. And another person's like, oh man.
Okay, I'm about to skip some of this. You talking good here. We getting back to the conversation. Come on.
But you don't have to be running around the street. You probably don't out there promiscuous. What about the straight males? I can't just applaud that. And they making babies they can't take care of and running around and spraying up everybody and messing up our sisters' minds. Where do we draw the line?
So why are we not having conversations about that with heterosexual stuff? Why are you not having heterosexual conversations like this as intense that you're feeling this? Why aren't you getting people to rally in the streets about gun violence? Like for real, for real. I ain't talking about for a day. I'm talking about really do some shit. I'm talking about really implement some shit that bring forth changes. Why are you not doing that? Why are you not doing lives to have other black men on who have children that can't take care of them, to give them encouragement to do better so they can be better? Where is this commentary at? And if it is, why isn't this commentary pushed more so? Why isn't it this much level and intensity? And that's what's really destroying the black community, because that's the majority. The minority can't destroy the majority, and we're not trying to. The majority is destroying itself. Why are we not having those conversations?
And I was never against any of my brothers ever. But I can see the overall picture because my nose is not touching that picture that I said was on the wall, where I can't see it because I'm too close and focusing on, oh, that's wrong.
You are seeing it through the lens of your damn father. You seeing it through the limited lens of your father back in the 60s and 70s. That's how you look, and you're bringing that same 60s and 70s mindset, that same black and white television. I don't know if they had color back then. Color TV. You bring in that big ass phone. You're bringing that big ass microwave over into 2021, where there has been more advancements.
And so we're at each other. If we all unify, no matter who we are, as black people, you can say melanated, you can say copper colored, but we're all Africans. This is our land here. They don't even want us to. But
you're trying to tell us which idea of African is real. Africa is the motherland, right? Everything came from Africa, right? The creation of everything, right? The source of life, the womb of life is Africa, right? So that's the womb of life. Don't you think LGBT stuff was happening then? And there has been, factually speaking, there have been kings and queens and warriors who were part of that community. They just didn't have the terminology, and they wasn't thinking about gay or straight back then. They didn't have that conversation because there was more freedom and liberation during that time. I'm not saying they ain't had a fuck shit, but they were also on a different time than us. We are African Americans. We are still trying to find out what blackness is. And once again, this was something that was happening since the beginning of time, before Europeans even came into existence. This has been here. This is a spiritual thing. It's been here since the beginning of time. It's just that y'all trying to use y'all limited mindsets to put it in a box. And that's the thing. You can't put spirit in the box. It transcends the box every time. You have to learn to open your damn mind.
I have a connection with the land.
Okay. What we getting to? I'm skipping this.
I'm the most peaceful individual.
Yes, you're peaceful. We know that. You ain't trying to start no shit.
This is like me being a phone that was off the charger when I was.
Okay. Well, we getting back to this thing. Are we getting back to the
people that I know? I'm not saying it to pat myself on the back. That's just how I am. There's a whole lot of people out there who should be glad that I'm a good guy at heart.
Okay, wonderful. Well, is we what are we doing?
In plain. He has us this way. Their propaganda has us.
Okay, because now we're just talking in circles. Okay, because I'm about to be done, because it's about to be 4 hours worth of content that I did off of 1 hour and 29 minutes of Lance's rhetoric. Here's the thing I'm gonna say, and then I'm done. I'm gonna read the comments, then I'm gonna be out. Listen. If y'all want to go ahead and watch the video, I suggest that y'all do. It's called Superman is Now Bisexual. Why is this important for our children to know? Because he knows about the children. Lance love the kids. I encourage you to watch the video for your own sake and get your own understanding. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, though. Once again, these conversations are fear-based conversations. And if you're talking about blackness and us coming together and being unified, we're going to have to love each other, which means we're going to have to learn to understand each other, which is going to make us feel uncomfortable because of the mindset and the identity that we've had. That's not even our real true identity. It's the little pieces of our life experiences as well as what people have taught us. And you keep bringing up your father, your father, your father, your father. Your father had a limited ass view on LGBT. Point blank in the period. He was not part of the community. He did not have the experience. He was not living that experience. So he can't speak on the totality of that. So if what your father said about LGBT is right, based off of his own what he saw and what he believed, then we can't get mad when white people sit up here and they have a certain perception about blackness because of what their parents told them. It's the exact same thing. Ignorance. And it's so fucking bliss. So much bliss that it's done trickled down or down trickled in Briar Burns' thing, as far as the terminology. It trickled down into the black community, and it also trickled down into the LGBT community of color, because there are gay men who have privilege over trans women, and trans women that have privilege over non-gender binary or non-gender conforming, whatever the case may be. And there's going to always be more stuff because we are growing to spirituality. We are catching up with God and all of his divine unique expressions. Education don't stop when you leave school. It's called life. And the fact that we're connected, you have the ability to learn so much about people and to see yourself in those things so that you can find out, once again, the gray area and the amalgamation of healing and love, which is important because at the end of the day, we're all human beings, right? Isn't that the point? To get to that point where we can love each other. Well, in order for us to love each other, we're going to have to actually talk about this shit for real. And Lance, I don't mind being on your platform. I don't mind being on your platform and having a conversation. And if I get to catch one of your lives and you're talking about LGBT, I'm gonna pop in and I would hope that you would bring me up so we can have a conversation with somebody who actually is living this experience, knows it for themselves, and can speak their experience. Because you have just a limited view of LGBT. And like I said, there are some sick, twisted shit going on out there that LGBT people do as well, but it's not just exclusive. It's also heterosexual people doing it. And if you really want to talk about it as far as the number, it's more y'all doing it than us. If you really want to talk about it, because once again, y'all are the majority and will always and forever be the majority, and that will never change. LGBT people ain't trying to change that. We're not trying to erase heterosexual people. We're not trying to erase the black family. It's just the fact that we are adding a comma, which means there are other people who are not going to resonate with what you might resonate with, but it does not deny their existence. And you don't get to sit up here and tell us how much of our existence we can live because you feel uncomfortable. We got to deal with y'all uncomfortable asses making all these jokes about us. We got to deal with y'all uncomfortable asses sitting here discriminating against us. We have to deal with y'all ignorant asses low-key being physical with us. We're not going to sit here and tolerate it no more. That's the thing. We gonna swing back, we gonna talk back, we gonna bust shot back, we gonna do all that too because we have a right to be here. And if you don't want to understand my experience because you choose to be ignorant, that's between you and your creator. But if you fuck with me, you gonna fuck around and meet him very soon. And you can ask him all the questions and get all the answers you really want. So you ain't gotta sit here and assume no more. Let me look at these comments. Roki says, so if they were that discounts everything they did. I guess you was talking about the LGBT thing. Like, apparently, yeah, if these people who were these leaders who were considered LGBT now, they would discredit it because feminine, when it's feminine and it's not masculine, all of a sudden it discredits it. Excuse me, feminine energy has really been doing the damn thing. The reason why feminine energy is so present in the world is because there needs to be a balance of this hyper masculinity that is destructive. Masculinity is needed and it's imperative. It's not trying to be destroyed. But once you enter into the hyper part of it and you don't balance in the feminine aspect as well, so that masculine and feminine are equal, that's when we have a problem. That's probably why it's so quote unquote in your face, because you won't do your part to heal yourself and get in touch with your emotional side and feminine side and help other Black men to do it as well, so they can know who they are, as opposed to desperately beating somebody so that they can prove something to themselves that they don't even really believe after they've done the beating. Wait, but there's evidence that he was bisexual, and there's guys who at that time, everyone was included in the battle at that time. All minorities and Black and LGBT people worked together. Exactly. There was a point in time where we had to really focus on Blackness, but that also meant accepting people too. And to be honest, there was still people being tolerant, because once again, with Bayard Rustin, during the Bayard Rustin, that's the name, with him back during the civil rights era, they was getting ready to kick his ass out because he was gay, and the fact that they were going to use that against Martin Luther King to quote unquote discredit him because he's a homosexual. But once again, they could not deny, as much as they wanted to, they could not fully deny his gifts and his talents, and they knew that he was imperative, and it was because of him loving himself and walking in his truth, he was able to help orchestrate something that was influential and transformative for Black America. And not just Black America, but just America in general. And we had a part in that. That's why I'm proud of platforms like Netflix giving us a chance to show ourselves. Exactly. That's why I felt happy and realized I made the right choice by commenting under his video. And you did. You were speaking up for people who were afraid to speak up, because according to Lance, you have to be an alpha male to speak to me in order for me to, even though I don't really agree with your sexuality, I still agree the fact that you're willing to put your sexuality behind you in reference to Blackness. No. There's intersectionalities in Blackness. You don't have to identify with the gay part, but don't deny that either. They say all this insulting shit and think someone is supposed to be in unity with them. My self-esteem is not that low. I would never allow myself to be in any one-sided relationship delusional. Exactly. And that's all that it is. They want a one-sided relationship, just like white America wants Black people to forget about slavery and forget about what we did. And can we all get together? And even if Black people got to that point, because they're so caught in their ego and their shame, they will still continue to perpetuate the same shit that their forefathers have done since 400, 500 plus years ago. But they don't want us to talk about it. See, like Paul, since he brought up Paul Mooney, like Paul Mooney said, white people were happy when we were slaves. They were happy with us. Y'all get threatened by our presence in y'all neighborhoods, but there was a point in time we were inside your houses, warming up your beds and cooking food and shit. But now that we free, or have or opportunity to be free, now all of a sudden it's an issue, it's a problem. Make it make sense, but that's why I'm doing my part. That's why I'm doing my part. That's gonna be my question for bitch. The question of the day and every day in T.S. Madison voice. But that's why it's important for us to love ourselves. That's why I not preach, and I ain't gonna do preaching. That's why I teach and even apply self-love, because that's the only way we're gonna really get to that promised land and that new earth that is for everybody walking in love. Because even though some destructive shit is going to happen, there still has to be glory after the destruction. Because everything that's being torn down are things that are not true, things that are genuine. I mean, that are not genuine, things that are not life-giving, things that are confusing, things that are used to divide people and keep people in boxes. All of those walls are being broken down. And when you live your life in a box or in a bubble for so long and that bubble gets popped, you have all this fucking stimuli that you can't really deal with. Your mind has to catch up with it. And that's okay to say you need to catch up with it. If you behind, we'll slow down if you need the help. But I ain't gonna stop. I'll slow down to help your ass, but I'm still gonna live my life because I came in this world by myself. I'm leaving by myself, and I have a right to have my own unique expression and live my best life. Now, how my best life is lived is based up to me. And how you deal with it or your perception of it is all you. But what the fuck you not finna do is sit up here and bleed your insecurity on me because I am brightening my light. Turn your light up, nigga. It's okay. But y'all, I've been here for 4 fucking hours. And that was not my intention. But y'all educate yourself. Learn and know who you are. Learn your history. Don't just take my word for it. Definitely don't take Lance's word for it. Do your own research. And you're going to believe whatever the fuck you want to believe because you have a right as a human being to believe what you want to believe. But you don't get to control other people based off of what you believe. You can say all the rhetoric shit you want to do, but you can't get mad when you're met with that same vitriol. You know why? Because you do unto others as you want them to do unto you. It's that fucking simple. You treat people the way you want to be treated. You can't sit up here and treat one group of people like trash and then want people to treat you like a treasure. It don't work that way. It don't work that way. But y'all, I've been here for too long. I was not trying to give this nigga 4 hours of my life. Shout out to Aries for doing what he did because he's the reason why I'm doing this commentary. I appreciate it. I'm about to go ahead and motherfucking take me a shower, okay? Because I was kind of sweating myself a little bit with all the ignorant, hateful shit that was being said that was trying to be somewhat subliminal, but yet you still care, but you hate. It's kind of like them white people who say, oh, I have black friends, oh, I like him, but behind closed door, this nigga. All right, we see what type of person that is. So y'all just gonna have to be mad. Y'all gonna have to deal with the Lord on y'all anger issues because it's not our problem. Okay? That's between you and God. But anyway, thank y'all for rocking with me for this long. I really appreciate it. Again, shout out to Aries and everybody else that came through and shared their comments. Please share this video, like this video. And have these conversations with other people. Like if you see other opportunities to have these conversations, have these conversations. If you're really about community, we got to talk. We got to talk about it all, even the uncomfortable shit. And I promise, if you work through it, if you work through the ignorance, if you work through the fear, okay, that continues to add flames to the ignorance. If you just work through it, I promise you clarity will come. Okay, the race is not given to the swift, nor is it given to the strong with alpha males, okay? But the race is given to those who endure till the end. That's who it's for. So anyway, y'all, I'm grateful. I'm thankful for y'all coming through for 4 hours and rocking with me. I will see y'all pretty soon. I'm going to be doing another upload for Halloween, my scary stories. I'm going to be doing another one. Make sure you guys check out the other ones. I mean, it's Halloween. It's October. Like, well, it isn't Halloween yet, but it's the Halloween season, bitch. It's October. Like, deal with your fear. Like, go through your fear. Face your fear. Listen to my scary stories with your headphones off, so you can face your fears and just see what's going on. But anyway, I thank y'all. I appreciate it, and I'll be seeing y'all again soon. One love. Peace.